Oh, hi there. It's Thursday, and it is the 500th stream. Welcome to the channel. And boy, this is a milestone that crept up on me. I just in the past couple days, as I'm incrementing my accounts, I'm like, wow, this is getting close to 500, which feels like a lot, but it also feels like a few. It feels I don't know. I have mixed feelings about this. It's been close to 2 years that I've been streaming regularly, and it's been fun. Lots of ups, lots of downs lately. As I plateau and worse, sometimes feel like I'm getting lower. But overall, it's been good. Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that later on. But I'm going to start here by trying to get some games on Shogi Club 24. Soon to be rest in peace, potentially. There was there's some discussion. I'll start a search here just while talking. But there was a comment in one of the videos, one of the Japanese videos that had been released on YouTube, just talking and reminiscing a little bit about Shogi Club 24. And a few things struck me, but one of them was a comment where someone was speculating. I wish I would have made a note of it before, but someone seemed to be speculating that it's so early before the actual event. So this site will exist until December 31st, which is essentially 3 months away. So this theory that's being presented on in a YouTube comment is that he's releasing this end of life note as a way of potentially attracting someone to take it, or I don't remember if this person said explicitly, potentially buy it. So that seems like a possibility. It does seem like a possibility to me. Like, rather than doing the legwork of trying to find potential suitors or buyers or people to maintain it or take it over, you just say, this is going away, it's been fun, and then hope that someone comes in with an offer. And maybe that's going to be the case, and maybe Shogi Club 24 will last. We'll see. Or based on that tweet that we read yesterday from Shogi Wars, maybe that actually already has happened, and maybe Shogi Wars is going to pick up the torch and if not run their site, sort of move the users over into Shogi Wars and provide a way to play those types of games that Shogi Club 24 people are looking for. So we'll see. We'll see. I think that with 3 months to go, this story has not been fully told yet. So, there's that. I've also put up, as I did yesterday on Twitch, the sub goal. So this is a sub goal in October. In October, if we reach 24 subs, there are 13 now. If we reach 24 subs in October, I will do a 24-hour Shogi Club 24 stream. That should be sort of fun and maybe crazy, and maybe it won't be fun at all. I have no idea. I haven't streamed that long, and the longest I've streamed has been 8 hours, so 24 would be quite a big jump. But I'm ready for it. I am ready for it. So we'll see. Hopefully we get there. Don't know if we will. Besides that, there's a challenge. There's a challenge from 10Q. Koji, let's do it. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Checking the stream. We are good. I think I almost misclicked that silver move. Gotta be careful with my clicks. Well, we'll see. One of the other things that I thought was interesting about there were comments, and both from the person making the YouTube video. I'm not so familiar with the person who was making that video, but he was saying something, and I believe some of the comments. Are we going to get a Mukai Bisha? Um, the seems like a number of people, number of players, they set goals on Shogi Club 24. So they set their rating goals like 2,500 or whatever, stuff that's astronomically high that I could never hope for. But they set their goals and they hit them. Here it is. Here's another example. Everyone knows to do this. I mean, it's not like it's a huge loss not to do this, but at this position, it seems like it's like it's embedded in players of this level. This guy's probably like a 2-dan 81 dojo, or 1 or 2-dan Shogi Club 24 or Shogi Wars. It's like everyone at this level does this move, as if Torizashi is just the most common thing in the world. It's bizarre. It's really bizarre to me. I wish I understood more about what is going through people's minds that they just do this. I'm fascinated by it. Like, I'm not angry at it. It's according to the engine the best move here. I'm just fascinated that so many people seem to be able to do this. Not be able to. It's just that so many people sort of like have it as part of their muscle memory to do that. Maybe Torizashi is more popular than I think it is. Okay. All right. So this will be an interesting one. But anyway, so these players, they hit their goals, whether it's 2,400 or 2,500 or whatever it is on Shogi Club 24, and then they stop playing. I've heard this from chess players as well, where they stop playing because they've hit their goals. They don't want to lower, they don't want to go below that level. So they want to be like a 2,500 player on Shogi Club 24. And so, they hit it, and then that's it. Am I already getting trapped? I never remember this. Is he going to be able to do his, is he going to be able to do a night jump? No. So this is going to be a fun battle. He's got his huge castle. I think I have a little more pressure coming on here. It's funny to say that he's built this entire amazing castle. I barely have any castle, and I'm not even sure of my attack potential. That seems like something I should know. So he comes up there, takes. I take. He takes. I drop. He comes up. Take, take, take. Or do I just take here? Take, take, take. No, I can't. this, I have to respond to it. I have to respond to a silver take here because he could then just come in. Spicy already. So if he takes, I drop the pawn. He takes, I take? No, no. No, because even if he pushes forward, it's... No. My head's feeling a little not wobbly, but that's how it came into my mind. My head's feeling a little, you know, I think I'm still not 100%. What's the meaning of that? What's the meaning of that? I take? Is there a trick? He drops a pawn, I come up, he takes, I take. Should I just come up here? I don't think I want, his castle is so good. I don't think I want a trade where he gets his token in here, my knight, my gold's over here, even if it means I get a bishop and an open rook. I don't think that's good enough. You know, the idea would be I push, he takes, I take and promote, or I push, promote, he takes, I take, he takes. Yeah, I think I have to take with the gold, because otherwise I take the silver hitting the rook. I think this is still too good for him with this gray castle, and you know, mine would sort of be in a bit of a mess. So I take. Drop the pawn? Drop the silver? No, I drop the pawn. And then I promote. I don't think he can sack here. Take, take, then I redrop the bishop, and I'm getting in. I'm getting a horse. And he just has 2 silvers. And I think I can create a better castle. Hey, Fordun, great to see you. Hey, Cost One, great to see you as well. Nice video. You know, nice video that you uploaded, the Shogi Ladder video. I don't think this is, boy, I don't think that this is, I don't think that this is feasible here. Should I promote? Should I just take the lance? You know, he can get his promoted. He can get his horse. You thought Fortune would be commenting on the games? Yeah, that would be awesome. I have no pawns. Just that's a thing. So I come up, he can drop a silver. I come up, he can drop a so if I come here, he drops a silver. I'm sort of stuck. So I come up here, at least I'll be able to come over here. So if he gets his horse back, then he'll be able to defend against knight drops over here. You know, I have a huge material advantage. I think. Maybe not. I mean, that could evaporate. But could absolutely evaporate. So I drop the lance. I drop the lance. He takes. I take. Or do I slide it over? No, because he comes up. No, because he does that regardless. It's fine. It's fine. This will be a great review. This will be a great review. Like I can't believe yet that 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 this my position is so brittle that I could fall apart from a silver, a pawn, and two silvers, a pawn, and a bishop. But maybe, like, this would be a great learning experience. So now I have a pawn at least. I have a pawn. And I could potentially scare away this. If he doesn't play it fast enough, I could potentially scare away this this horse or this bishop. Hey, Goshujin, good to see you. I was rewatching our game again yesterday. Boy, that was. I don't know if I elaborated what I was actually trying to say, but like, man, once you get your openings squared away, I am going to have no chance. Like, just imagine if you're starting games even, how much more effective that resiliency will be. You know, it's one of the things about shogi that should I drop? No. What if I drop a pawn? What if I drop a pawn? Should I take this horse? Should I take this knight? Should I threaten the promotion? Get my rook active? But I also sort of want my horse. I sort of also want my horse in defense. Let's get this horse in defense. Let's do that. Let's do that. This pawn could become a problem. Depends how fast it is. Hey, Chigdem Nomer, nice to see you. If I really will reach your sub goal, how am I planning? Well, there will be breaks. I mean, like bathroom breaks, obviously, and stuff like that. Yeah, so again, for anyone who might have come in, yeah, the sub goal on Twitch is if I hit 24 subs in October, we're already at 13. These are total subscriptions. So if we hit that, I'll do a 24-hour Shogi Club 24 stream, or try or die trying. I think I'll just play, take breaks, maybe snack a bit during, but I think it's doable. Interesting. Drop a silver here. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. So if he drops something here, I take, he takes, I take, I drop the knight. I think that's tough. Okay. All right. Well, this is good. This is good for me. Wow. Okay. It's going to be one of these games. Can I hold out? Can I hold out? Can I defend? Can I make my attacks fast enough? Do I know that your birthday is 24/06/2016? No, I don't know that. I do not know that. I do not know that. That is also an incorrect date format. I refuse to acknowledge that date format. That feels very much European. YYYY-MM-DD. ISO standards. Hey, Koshiro. Thank you. I don't know if it's an incredible milestone, but I appreciate it. Oh. Okay. I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you. So you're gonna do this, then drop a then drop the knight. I see you. Should I take this silver? I take this silver, he promotes. What about dropping a silver here? Dropping a silver? He drops a lance? No, then I take. Take the knight? I just take the pawn? So the danger will be a knight drop here if I take this, or a lance drop there if I take that. Right? Because that'd be a huge threat. So if I do this,
これより一手60秒の秒読みに入ります。
nice, very nice. It takes, I take, and then his knight is hanging.
これより一手、60秒の秒読みに入ります。
Feels like the classic, Anaguma versus an attack. And, hopefully I can defend. I hope I can. We'll see. If he does it when he exchanges, he does have this bishop drop, or this bishop drop here. So he'll be able to, he'll be able to, he'll be able to get my dragon. He'll be able to get my dragon. Not like this. Not like this.
Win. Current streak is 1 win.
When I used to care about my Shogi Club 24 stuff, before the site became a dead site, I don't think that's just resign. I think if he takes, I take something like this, right? Is like, am I still winning? Or still winning? Am I even in good shape here? He's got so much material. The rook drop and the gold is going to be a nightmare. My bishops are going to be very active, but like, I have no idea. I literally could not tell you what, like, you would play at the Anaguma side. I think I would too. Even though he has only, the only major piece he has is a rook, and I have 2 bishops, which are very tricky. He also has a gold, he also has a lance, he also has this file able to bring a pawn in. So I think it's going to be very difficult. Lance 6/6 would hurt. Yeah, Lance 6/6 would be brutal. If Lance 6/6 happens, like, what do I even do? This? Or even, protecting like this against the rook drop. That sounds like a sub. Foradune, subscribe for 1 month at tier 1. Thank you, Foradune. Thank you. This is scary. I think people want this 24 hour stream, just if only to see me like die on camera. I think. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for the congratulations. It is, like I said earlier, it was probably before anyone was on. It feels like a lot, but it also feels like a few, because the time just really flew by. Yeah, Koshiro, if the sub goal is, if I get if I reach 24 total subs, so that includes resubs and things like that. So 24 total subs in October, I will do a 24-hour Shogi Club 24 stream to try to send it off, into history. And we're at 14 subs right now. Emperor Rex, good day. Good to see you. What is this? The duck money gun? Yeah. I'm going to look up this player. I'm curious how experienced they are. Close to 20,000 games, a peak of 672. So it does not appear to be sandbag. Like this felt like this felt like a really good game. Why not block it with the knight? So my concern with for one thing, I don't think I want to give him a knight. I think a knight would be very annoying. So like if I block with the knight, and then he drops the rook. I think this gets. Then what? Like, do I drop my pawn? And then what does he do? He drops a gold. Or does he just drop the gold on the side? Clash Clans. Hey, I don't know if is this Civ? Clash Clans. You've applied on Dojo Shogi on October 27th. It's not accepted yet. Oh, you're Balak from Twitch. Greetings. You can email the webmaster. Email webmaster at shogidojo.net, I believe it is. And they should be able to approve it if you've done everything else correctly. My understanding is that okay. I was going to say my understanding is that they're usually very fast to respond, but now that the site is going to be shut down, it's possible they're just ignoring those. Nobody knows. So in case you weren't aware, I'm not sure if you were on the stream yesterday. There's a discussion here. Let me switch my scene so that it shows up a little better. There is just yesterday it was announced that Shogi Club 24 is closing up shop on December 31st of 2025. So, it's going away. This site that has been a part of the Shogi community for 27 years is going away. Shogi Wars tweeted about it. This is how I found out about it. That they're going to offer an account linking function as well as an environment where players can play auto-matching matches under the 24 rule time limit. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means. I am very curious. I am very excited to hear what this or see what this is going to be, but I don't know. For alternatives, I would suggest Lee Shogi. If you want to be able to play slow games, for now, I would recommend Lee Shogi and 81 Dojo. I would normally give 81 Dojo as the first recommendation in that list for playing slow games, but my concern there is that they are also very difficult to register at, and they may be going away too. Who knows? This has been a very rough year for 81 Dojo, stability-wise and feature-wise and registration-wise. So we just don't have great information yet. And Lee Shogi itself has always felt like it's precarious, because really all three of these main shogi sites, if you think about it, Shogi Club 24, 81 Dojo, Lee Shogi, they are all, as far as I know, run by one guy. One guy, I believe, has the keys. Three guys, one for each site, has the keys to each of the servers. So those, if you're familiar with like disk technology, there's RAID. We basically, in the Shogi Wars world, we have this is a redundant array of inexpensive dojos. We have a RAID in the Shogi world also, it's like any one of these can go away very quickly, or just die, or whatever, for any reason. But we do have three of them, so maybe we'll still have some slow shogi to play, but we don't know. Like the end of the shogi site stuff would the real bad situation is where Shogi Club 24 dies, 81 Dojo dies, and then Lee Shogi, he just goes away, or people try to go to Lee Shogi and it's just not beefy enough to be able to, it won't just handle it, and it crumbles under the weight of new players. So we could definitely see something like that. Also, using a computer technology term, like that would be a thundering herd. Basically, you have one failure, which causes another failure, which then causes a third failure. You say that leaves Shogi Quest. No, Goshujin, it does not leave Shogi Quest, because Shogi Quest is a Blitz site. Shogi Quest is exclusively Blitz. There is no time control. At least on Shogi Wars, you can play friend games at a slow, at your own Byoyomi settings. But right now, we only have 3 slow sites. NinWorld, good to see you. I see a message retracted, but I see you. I see your name. So good to see you. Your prediction was correct. You guessed Shogi will flourish. I think it's a little premature to say that's correct, Clash Clans. I think that's a little premature. We will see. I think, my take has been that Lee Shogi is just too unfocused and only has one person who is not really even a Shogi player. So, it feels very precarious. Let me see. Koshiro, you said it seems like the 24-hour stream is going to be a reality. I'm afraid. I'm actually, it seems like it might. But we will see. You say we want a night for ourselves too, but I could, if I have a move, I can just take that night with the rook, right? Yloigh, nice to see you. It says there will be some sort of matching with Shogi Club 24 time controls. Yeah, that's what I've got here on screen. So it's possible. So, my hope, I was saying this yesterday, so I apologize for repeating myself, but my big hope is that Shogi Wars, has some sort of agreement where they can link accounts like they say they're going to do, or otherwise bring in Kifus from Shogi Club 24 into your account, so you have the history of your Shogi Club 24 games, like that heritage is not lost. And then they add the ability to play with matchmaking, as they said, auto matching. So you can play auto matching with all of those Shogi Wars time controls. And my huge hope on top of that would be that you would be able to do this in a new proper website like chess.com or like Lichess, lichess.org, like chess.com, like xiangqi.com, a proper web-based system. And like I feel like if that happened, we would be in the golden age of shogi. We'd be in the golden age of shogi, of online shogi, where the sky's the limit. You know, it would be incredible. Like if we had something like half of what chess.com does, or half of what Lichess does, but like half of what chess.com does, I think, you know, the shogi world would be well set for the next 27 years. You know, Shogi Club 24 did a great job for 27 years. You know, it appealed and you know, it was the place. Listening to that video I was talking about yesterday, I shared it on the Discord. Let me get the link in case someone hasn't watched this yet. Let me get this link. It also has a great discussion. So when I share these Japanese links, a lot of times I'm also impressed by the quality of the discussion in these videos. So, hey, Spinal Tap Chess, good to see you. So we're here. I've shared that link. This is a video. Obviously, it's in Japanese, but it does include something interesting. I have never seen this before. It had, at least for me, you know, as a YouTube premium person, it offered auto dub, which I have never seen before. So rather than just doing automatic translation of captions, it automatically dubbed, and it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. It was not that bad at all. So it's interesting there. But Shogi Hiroki has it too. What does he have? He has auto dub, or he has the same discussion. Yeah, this video, the creator of the video, the streamer, you know, talks about the legacy of Shogi Club 24 and how, you know, he started, you know, Shogi Club 24. You know, he eventually moved to Shogi Wars for all his games, but you know, Shogi Club 24. If Shogi Club 24 hadn't existed, he said, I think that he would not even be a shogi player. Like, it's what provided him the opportunity to play people as, I think he says, as an introvert, or like a, what did he say? Or, you know, it's hard to tell with the translation, but basically like a stay-at-home introvert who didn't want to go to clubs. Shogi Club 24 was the way for him to play shogi and to learn shogi. And he got better and better. And then he brought up this discussion point, which I also saw discussed in the comments. And I don't know if this hurt Shogi Club 24, but a lot of the stronger players, they set goals for themselves, like 2,500 or 2,400 or whatever it is. And then once they hit those goals, they quit. They quit on Shogi Club 24. You know, because if you lose, you're going to go under 2,500. I know some chess players do that as well, but I think it's not maybe as dramatic. But either way, I found that conversation fascinating. And I also found it interesting that they listed an account that is unconfirmed but believed to be Fujisota's online account on Shogi Club 24. I don't know how old that account is or if he still uses it, but I was meaning to look it up, but I forgot. So if anyone saw that video and knows, I'd be curious if you found that account. But like, you know, there's a lot of history. As much as that Shogi Club 24 is ancient software. There's a lot of legacy there. There are a lot of good memories there. There's a lot of great stuff that happened there. For me as well. You know, for me as well, as someone who effectively started 3-ish, 4-ish years ago, you know, trying to get better. You know, I was playing on Shogi Club 24, you know, getting sandbagged left and right, playing through the games. But, you know, I do like their board. I like their pieces. I don't like their sounds, but, you know, I like their clock. I don't like their piece sounds. You know, they're a little too thick. But, you know, I like how their board looks. I like how their pieces look. I like their countdowns. I like, you know, the fact that there are players there. Yeah. So there's so, like, when Shogi Club 24 goes away, even though I have only played 500 or 600 games, how many have I played here? How many have I played? I have played Boy, I can't do the math. So 292 plus 245. So 492 plus 45 is 432, 437. So I've played 400. I've 537 games. I've played 537 games only on Shogi Club 24. And when it goes away, I am going to miss it. Yeah, Spinal Tap Chess. There is a message here. I'll paste this in the chat. And that's what that tweet is. That's what that tweet I had up from Shogi Wars is about. So I've played fewer than 600 games on Shogi Club 24, but I am going to have some serious nostalgia. I think some of that is just that I am getting more emotional about such things as I get older. So it's funny. It's what was that? There's a I think it's either a TV show or a movie where. Oh, I think it's Sopranos. It's Sopranos. So Carmela is Tony, the New Jersey mob boss's wife. Carmela is getting older. I think she is starting to experience some menopause, I believe. But there's also it's very much a show about family, and her kids are going away to college and things like that in this particular episode. And she sees a dog. She sees a dog food commercial, and it shows someone playing with the dog, and it's like, it's dramatic, and we want to give our dogs the best as they get old. And she starts crying, like she starts getting emotional from this dog ad. And that's like, as people get older, I think you just become a little more dramatic about those things. Your kids are going away, your kids are growing up. People that are moving away, all that kind of stuff. So you get a little more dramatic, and you get a little more sentimental as you get older. I'm going to guess for the most part. I'm sure some people don't. Some people remain hard as stone, but like, I am going to feel some sentiments. I am going to feel some feels when Shogi Club 24 eventually does shut down. Yeah, Goshijin, mobile users had to pay to play more than one game per day, I believe. And so this is another thing about Shogi Club 24 that my understanding is you had to be Japanese to pay. So they also had the ability to pay for more custom analysis. At the end of the Shogi Club 24 game, you get this great graph. Ooh. He was winning. Koshiro, as always, is correct. But yeah, he was winning. You get this great thing here. There's actually, unlike Shogi Wars, which monetizes by games and then by like cheating. Cheating. I air quotes cheating, because it's not cheating if it's a part of the software. And people could debate that, but regardless, they offered you could sign in and you could pay them to do more variations, to do more analysis. It seems, but this was not possible, I believe, to pay for as a Westerner. I tried. I wanted to support them. Something about me is that I like to support software financially that I get use out of, and that I think is a net positive. Because I want to influence in some small way that software to keep going. Same thing with like content, like Urshino Ryu channel. When he allowed us to give him money to join his YouTube channel, I was paying. And then he took it away because he thought he wasn't giving enough benefit to people. It was kind of crazy. So I did some super chats and whatnot, but and then he quit. So that ended. I'm subscribing, and just like the reasons why people subscribe to channels. You subscribe to a channel because you like what someone does, and you hope that they continue to do more of it. Urashino Sensei himself, his YouTube channel, I am a member of that channel on YouTube, but I haven't watched him in a couple months. I probably should go back and watch more. But I'm just sort of supporting him because I'm so grateful to him for creating this opening that I love so much. And I hope to go back to watching his, but his are not as consumable as Urashino Ryu channel. His videos, like mine, sometimes there's some rambling in there by him. And also, his resolution, he streams and records videos at 360p. So it is real rough quality. It's extremely rough quality. He even he sometimes streams Virtua Fighter 5, and he's also streaming at 360p. It's so low res. It's actually funny, but anyway, I don't know how I got into that. NinWorld, you say one thing you always liked about Shogi Club 24, the strong player base. In your experience, improving happens much faster when playing really strong opponents. Yeah, that's a very tightly held belief by a lot of strong players. I'm not a strong player, so I can think what I want. But logically, I believe in that. I just don't know. Logically, I believe in that. And I think the evidence of history seems to agree with that. And that is one of the most universally held beliefs, I think, in these gaming communities, that you improve faster when you play stronger players. And the only reason I question that sometimes to myself and now to you all is because it is so unquestioned that to be true. That is one of the most unquestioned beliefs we have in two-player gaming. Chess, shogi, Go, Street Fighter, Tekken. You hear that in every single community, that the way to get better is to play stronger players. And it's almost unquestioned. So the only reason I would question it is because it is unquestioned. But I think in the end of the day, when I'm not just sort of questioning, I think that has to be the case. I play, so the slight counter evidence that I play at the club every Sunday. I play, so I've been going to the East Bay Shogi Club in Northern California for over 3 years now. And the only two members of that club that have been consistently there the entire time, almost the entire time. I wasn't there for the first, I think, 3 months or so of it. But the only two people who have been there all through these 3 years are the club leader and myself. And from the very beginning, he has been stronger than me. I think the gap has remained relatively consistent, but I think it has actually increased much more for him. It's remained consistent. He's always been better than me, but he's younger. He's younger. He may just be more talented. Whether age matters or not, I don't know. But he has always been better than me. And so we've increased, and the gap I believe the gap has increased. So he is stronger. He is stronger. How do you say it? He's stronger than I am. He's more stronger. He's more stronger than I am now than he was at the beginning. So let's say he was let's say his win rate against me at the beginning, or let's try to put it into win rates. Or let's say he's 2 times better than me. He's I'm trying to put like I'm actually trying to use reality here, but it's tough. Let's say in the past he would win 70% of his games against me. Now I think he probably wins 80 to 85% of his games against me. Maybe even more. So he's stronger. This is the player that won the Group B title at the US Shogi Championship, undefeated throughout the entire bracket. And we play every single week. Many of those weeks that we've played over the past 3 years were just us. It is just the 2 of us playing 2, 3, and I think maybe once we played 4 games, but like usually 2 to 3 games. So probably on average like 2.75 games a week we would play. And again, I am weaker. He is stronger. He has always been stronger. But obviously he is and I think that is his I believe that is his primary source of playing games. Obviously he plays other places just like I do. But I believe in terms of numbers, I've never asked him, but I think this is the case. In terms of absolute numbers, I believe the games against me are the majority of his games. So he has improved dramatically by playing a weaker player. I've also improved, I think in large part because I've been playing him, but I'm also playing boatloads of games on stream. And I was playing at other clubs more often as well. So that's the one thing that kind of makes me wonder, because clearly he's also doing Tsume, he's also training, but I don't think that much. But anyway, that's the one thing that makes me say that maybe you do improve faster by playing stronger players, but you absolutely can get very good. He is very good. He's a very strong player now. And I think he for the majority of the part, as I said, played a weaker player. He's played weaker players. Me. So anyway, that's my only little wrinkle in that sort of discussion. So, maybe my point is just that it's not exclusive. You still can get real good. You still can get frustratingly good beating up on me. But that said about Shogi Club 24, I do like that there's strong players, but I like knowing that they're strong players. I like a sense of progression. I don't, looking back at all that time that I spent under 10Q, if there weren't so many sandbaggers there, I think it would have been such a more enjoyable experience. To feel that level up. Like, if I'm playing someone weaker and I get thrashed, obviously, this is something I should improve my mental state on or my outlook on it. But like, if I'm getting trashed by someone who has the beginner tag on them with 1,000 games played, or if I'm an 11Q and I'm getting trashed by a 15Q who has thousands of games played, and then I see he has a peak. He has a peak of Shogi Club 24 1Q, which is godlike. It's like, okay, what's it demotivates me. Like, if I'm playing a strong player, I want to know that they're a strong player, if that makes sense. It's stupid. It's stupid because what is a strong player? Especially since anyone can lose in a game of Shogi. Anyone can lose in a game of Shogi. But it's weird. But anyway, so we started on this topic of that experience, and overall, I do love that about Shogi Club 24, and I think that's what lured so many strong players to Shogi Club 24 is that you go to where the players are if you want to show that you're the best, you need to beat the best, and so all these Shogi Club 24 players had goals of reaching 2,000, reaching 2,500 or whatever. But and then they reached them, and then they left Shogi Club 24 in some way. Also, interestingly, in that video that I posted, the one of the I think sub discussions, translated obviously with YouTube translating the comments. One of those sub discussions is that the thing about Shogi Club 24 is that it was too difficult for new players, so they never could grow their player base. And we've talked about that before, and I think it's totally true. Like if Shogi Club 24 would have somehow found the way to get new players in, get new blood in there, maybe it could have gotten more people. Maybe they could have gotten more momentum. Maybe they could have got more paying players, because chess.com ton of their paying members are complete beginners. That is in a lot of these games, even like kid games, younger people games like fighting games or video games. That's a lot of where the money comes from. I have grown to learn by talking to people in the industry and whatnot. But the chess.coms of the world, those types of sites, a lot of their money, surprisingly, doesn't come from their most avid players. It comes from adults, new adults who want to get into something, who have limited time to play or a limited time to study. So they want to give themselves a little bit of, what is that? What is this? Ghost 1, 5 gifted subs. You're kidding me. You're absolutely kidding me. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So we're gonna get this this 5 times this sound. Jazz Brothers, Akima 9936, Spinal Tap Chess, Destiny 3422, Demon and Llama. Thank you to Ghost One for those subs. Thank you so much, Ghost One. Thank you so much. You have been a friend from the very beginning, and that means a lot. Thank you. It's speaking about community and things like that. I guess we can talk about the welcome to the channel, Akima 9936. I guess we can talk about that once we finish this sub discussion. We can talk about sort of reflections on the channel a bit. I was actually thinking maybe this would be a podcast topic, like reflections on 500 shogi streams. What I've learned about the shogi community and the shogi world in doing 500 streams. But maybe we can hash out some of the ideas here. But yeah, I really appreciate that. And the moral of the story, before I switch back to what we were talking about, is that it's funny how you see these names as a streamer, and then you see them more consistently, and then you see some comments, and sooner than later, these are true friends to you, to me. And so when I watch a Ghost One game, or I watch a Foradun game, or I look at a Kifu back, or when Ghost One qualified for ISF, it's it's kind of weird, because I think about these things. I'm sort of neurotic in that way. I think about these thoughts that I have after I have the thoughts, and it's why do I care so much? Why am I so excited? Why am I so excited that Ghost One qualified for ISF? And it's like, well, of course, he's my friend. But then it's like, wait a minute, I've never met this person. How is he my friend? Well, no, you have met this person. You just haven't physically seen this person. And, it's this weird thing, as an older person, who mostly obviously grew up. I was going to say who mostly grew up in an offline era. That's not true. Most of my life has been online. Whether that's from BBSs as a bulletin board systems, modem bulletin board systems as a teenager, or literally the internet as I was in college. I was running an IRC server. I was running an IRC, I was running a telnet service on my Linux box, in the 90s. And people that I would meet over the internet, I would give them accounts. I mean, how crazy is this looking back now? I literally gave people accounts on my machine, and they would be able to run IRC clients and do things from my machine while I was in the dorm. But yeah, anyway, it's funny how this is. And, you see people join, and like, it's every time you see a name pop up, it's like, it's like honestly happy to see them like they walked in the door. So anyway, it's fascinating to me. Thank you again. Long story short, thank you again for that generosity, boy. So yeah, so we were talking about that growth, and yeah, and Shogi Club has that, but they never captured the beginners. And and so like chess.com and places like that, they make so much of their money from adults who now have a little spending money. They're adults. Some of them are older adults. Maybe their kids have grown, or maybe they don't have kids or whatnot, and they've got they have a little spending money, and so they spend it on chess.com. Thinking, I want to get better. I want to see these game reviews. I want to know why I lost. I want to know why I'm not getting better. What is this? Open? It gave me a chest to open. I don't know what this is. I closed it. Oh, maybe I should have clicked it. It's an emote. I should have clicked it. Did I lose the emote? Hey, Vexel Cafe. Did I actually lose the emote because I closed the window? There was a shaking thing in there. I still have it. Okay. This. What is that? Is that mashing a button? Oh, button mash. Okay. Choo-choo. Oh, man. Goslin's got the choo-choo on there. So these adults, they're not paying to win. They're paying to learn. They're paying to improve. They're paying in an attempt to improve, to support the site, to make sure that the site still exists. I'm not the only person who likes to support, the sites that they use. Like there are tons of people out there that will do that. And so chess.com is like that. But like if Shogi Club 24 is an unwelcoming place for beginners and for weaker players, they just completely lose out on all of that. On all of that possibility of having, learning adults, adult improvers, as the chess podcast scene would call this. These are adult improvers. Shogi Club 24 just completely eliminates them as possible sources of income, possible mobile payers or possible engine payers. And so, it's unfortunate that they couldn't keep it going that way, because like I said, they did not make payment accessible to Gaijin, and they did not make the site accessible for new players. So it's not a surprise that when the one person running the site, is a little bored with it, it just goes away, or is not bored of it, is tired and ready to stop doing it. It goes away. It's a true shame. Like, to me, it is a true shame, and I will be nostalgic for it. Goshujin, you had to sign up. You had an exchange with the site owner. Never got through though. But you don't even own a computer, so no matter what, you were barred from playing there. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, you don't own a computer? Really? Really? Is that a thing these days? So I am such a lover of the computer, of the laptop, and I always will be. So when I hear people say that they do not have computers, I'm always blown away by this. I am a true believer in that even today in an era of locked down computers and locked down handhelds, one thing Steve Jobs said is that the computer is a bicycle for the mind. I still truly believe that it's a way to build things for yourself, to accomplish things that you want to do. And so if someone doesn't have a computer, I wonder how they get that. Because with phones and whatnot, they're so locked down, you lose that. And I feel like kids these days are almost losing out on a lot of that growth opportunity. Even with computers being so locked down, they have no way to. They have, in many ways, like the things that were just easily open and accessible to me as someone interested in how things work. Programming, doing things on your computer, doing things that will break your computer so that you have to fix your computer. These were all great learning experiences that a lot of people just won't get. Clash Clans, you say, do I use the Lee Shogi engine for analysis or self-analysis? Yes, I do. I use the Lee Shogi engine for relatively quick analysis. So if I want to do more detailed analysis, like if I am reviewing my opening lines and I'm trying to look for ideas, I am using a local engine that is running on a large number of cores for a relatively long amount of time. Sometimes 10 plus 10, 20 minutes. But yeah, Lee Shogi's engine is fantastic. That is one of the best features that the author has added. I had a discussion with him about the feature early on, and he put that in there, and then he responded quickly once I pointed out that it was not using multiple cores. He had a fix out like really quickly, and once multi-core was available on Lee Shogi, it was, I would say, I think it's a game changer. Like, Lee Shogi's analysis is so good. If you don't want to go through all the rigmarole of running a local engine, I mean, you are running Lee Shogi locally in your browser, but it's not like a native local engine. So it's still good. It's still superhuman, I believe. It's not as fast to find the answer, and it's not as superhuman as like if you do the work to set up Yanara O on your own, but it's awfully good. And it is pretty fast, especially if you give it a lot of cores. So it's you can't do that on any other Shogi site. On any other Shogi site without paying. And even when you do pay, you don't get the level of quality that Lee Shogi provides. So like I think if people are looking for a new site and they come to Lee Shogi and Lee Shogi doesn't topple over, from the load or whatever, and they see some of these things, I think there will be some things that they'll see and will be major turnoffs. But I think some things like the analysis they'll see and they'll be like, wow, I've never seen anyone offer this. I've never seen anyone offer this. I assume the localization of these tools are pretty good for Japanese people. I assume. I don't know though. I hope they are. Maybe it might be annoying for them to use poorly localized software. Like in the West, we use poorly localized Shogi software all the time, but we just, we accept it because we have to. but like if you're Japanese, you don't have to accept that, I suppose. So I'm sure there are other ways to do it. So anyway, Goshen, you say, for you, playing with egregious sandbaggers always feels like a huge waste of time and energy. I acknowledge that it might be a limitation, a bad mindset for me and for you, but I agree completely. NinWorld, you say, Arpad Elo once said that his invention of the Elo system is like Frankenstein's monster, because everyone is now looking at their rating instead of focusing on the board, and they get frustrated by losing against people with a lower rating. Yeah, there's a saying. I mean, what is the saying in cross industry is that if you add a metric, people will play to the metric, or it's like people talk about that with reviews, like performance reviews at work. If you add a metric, people will work to that metric, and to a fault. People will not be trying to do good work. They'll be trying to game this metric so that they can get promoted. And that's just a human thing that we see. And on the other hand, I think we need ratings. So it's a trade-off I think we have to make. I think we have to make that trade-off. Todovsky, good to see you. Perhaps Play Shogi could reuse the images, sounds, and even scripts if people are so nostalgic. I don't know. Maybe. Play Shogi. Play Shogi is not. Play Shogi seems very, very, very far from being in a state where it could be used like any of these other sites. It seems like, it does a thing, which is to sort of have some sume problems. It does it, but any sort of modern conveniences and user experience, I think people will just be very disappointed with Play Shogi. Like I think of all these sites, that is the most outdated feeling site and the least useful site of them all. That's my own. I'm trying to be as nice as possible, because I know how hard it is to write software, and I never want to poop on someone else's project. But I just don't think Play Shogi would ever, unless there was a complete rewrite, complete rework, I don't think it would ever be in a state where it could replace anything that anyone is doing anywhere else. What was that sound? Oh, I got logged out. You love computers too. Yes, I am familiar with Conway's Game of Life. I've spent some time just enjoying Conway's Game of Life. Absolutely. Yeah, that was that was an old Linux command. You could run that game on Linux back in the day. I think we had screensavers of it too. I'm not sure if X screensaver, from Jeremy JWZ, of Netscape browser, fame, and LiveJournal and all sorts of old time fame. Yeah, he did X screensaver, and I think there was a Conway's Game of Life screensaver for it. Naita, does YouTube chat work? Is it not showing? Is it not showing on the? Is it not showing? I'm looking over here. Let me do a test here. I'm sorry for not keeping up quickly enough. It looks like it might not be. It looks like it might not. Oh wait, I'm not live. I'm not live on my viewer. No, it is working. It is working. Hikaru the chess player does farming. Good to see you, Danny Boyd, first on. I don't think I've greeted you today. Does farming with the 0.8 rating point against low rated. They had to change the rules. Oh, you say that like he does that regularly. That's the thing. Hikaru is not, he's not farming for rating. He's just farming for games. His rating is good enough. His rating is more than good enough. He doesn't, he's not looking for rating points. He's looking for games. He just has to hit that number of games so that his rating will qualify him for the candidates. And Naita responded already, saying the same thing that I did. Yeah, that he's not farming. It was to get the games he needed. So one thing about that, I don't want to talk too much about chess, but one thing about that whole discussion, it's funny, and anytime you have a big community, it's going to seem like sometimes some people can't win. But the reality is that the people making both sides of the arguments are actually different people. So they're not being hypocritical necessarily. But anyway, people all the time talk about how, oh my gosh, there are too many invitationals. These top players, they never play anyone below them. They never risk their rating. They always play invitationals. People can't break into the invitationals because they can't get their rating up because they're playing open events, and pros don't play enough open events. There's that constant chorus of complaints about top players, and then a top player actually plays in an open event, and people are like, he can't do that. You can't play open events. You're just farming people. You're just gaming the system. You're just doing this and that. It's like, man, Hikaru Nakamura sometimes, and heavy is the head that wears the crown, or whatever, or whatever saying you want to say there. He's in a lot of no-win situations. No matter what he does, people will say it's bad. There are people like this in the world, I think, and Hikaru Nakamura is one of them. He could take all his sub money and donate it to cancer research, and they could find cancer, and people will be like, oh, Hikaru is playing on chess.com still. Like, this guy's a shill. They'll find something to complain about. They're like, oh, they solved cancer, but what about leprosy? Or I'm just, doesn't he care about the lepers? Doesn't he care about the lepers? He's given all his, it's like he's one of those people, I think, that lots of people love to criticize. Because he's successful. Because he's successful, people like to criticize success. And I find that whole discussion like really funny, because it sounds like that he was a true gentleman at these low-rated events, reviewing games with people, taking photos. Like, it sounds like it was a great experience for the people around him there. And I mean, he was not risking nothing. He is not. I don't think he has enough games yet. But like, if he draws someone, that is no joke. He is going to lose a lot of rating. I don't know how many draws it will take him to lose the number one rating spot, but I don't think it's many. Naita, did I see your question on YouTube chat? I'm sorry. There's so much going on, and I'm rambling so much. Let me scroll on YouTube. You say, what do I think about the account linking? I'm cautiously optimistic. I am optimistic. I don't know if it needs. I am oh hi there on both Shogi Wars, because someone stole Shogi Dad and is camping on Shogi Dad. And I'm oh hi there on Shogi Club 24. Like, I don't know if you'll be, it depends on what they implement. Like I was saying earlier, if they have a way to tie your game history on Shogi Club 24 like into your Kifus on Shogi Wars, so that you could preserve some of that legacy, I think it'd be awesome. I think it would be awesome. I think if they add the ability to play the Shogi Club 24 time controls, I think that's going to be incredible. Obviously, I don't care at all about my Shogi Club 24 rating. So I have no care if they bring over Shogi Club 24 ratings because it will do me no good. It's well lower than my Shogi Wars rating. So I don't care about that. But if we can play and if Shogi Wars Heroes makes a proper website like chess.com, like Lichess, like Shangchi.com, I'd be over the moon. I think the potential here is great. Whether or not we'll see that potential, who's to say, but I am optimistic. Good to see you, I Dream of Shogi. NinWorld, you say playing a classical game against Hikaru as an amateur was probably the highlight of the year for them. You would kill for that rare opportunity. Absolutely. I haven't listened to the podcast fully, but Perpetual Chess Podcast, sort of one of the OG most popular chess podcasts, I think he interviews 4 or 5 people from that event, including the tournament director, and it's I should go back and listen to it. Sometimes I get tricked. Sometimes I get trapped listening to a new episode and I don't go back to an old one. Like if my walk ended mid-episode. But I'd like to go back to that. It sounded like it was just a great experience. Just like now, like if I went to the US Shogi Championship and Fukuma Kana was there playing a game seriously trying to get in wins, and I played against her and she blew me off the board, I'd be like, this was the most awesome experience I ever had. Like, and that, that's a thing, and I'm someone who doesn't care about playing pros. Like, I think I actively dislike the idea kind of playing pros. I don't want to play someone if they're not playing seriously against me. I don't want to play someone if they have an automatic out if I beat them. Like, if I beat someone, it's like if you win against a pro, they let you win, which is almost certainly the case. But like, if you win against them, they let you win. If you lose against them, it was a good teaching experience. Like, I don't know. I'm weird. I am so far in the minority in this, but like playing Shogi pros doesn't have that much of an appeal to me unless it really is like some teaching going on. And in some ways people could say that those are teaching games, but like, I don't know. But if I got to play Fukuma in an honest to goodness competitive game, that would be one of the highlights, if not the highlight, of my shogi life. It would be incredible. Where I know, just like that event, the United States Shogi Championship, the winner was able to play a Nishiyama in a time odds game, but she was going all out. She had 10 seconds. I think she had 10 seconds per move, and he had 3 minutes. She had 10 seconds, and I think he had 30-second Byoyomi, if I remember correctly. We didn't have much time left, and she was going all out. That would be incredible. Like she did not want to. My understanding is that she would not want to lose that game. And that's how I like to play. I don't want to play someone if they're going to pat me on the head and be like, do you see this, mate? Kind of thing. I don't like that. That's not for me, but I realize everyone is different there. So yeah, these people were very, very, very happy to be playing Hikaru Nakamura. And, it sounded like it helped their local chess community as well, at least in Louisiana, where I think one of them took place. I think he also played in Iowa. I don't remember. But like, there was a big buzz for their community, their chess community. They got into the spotlight. The director, the tournament director has all sorts of lifetime memories that he'll have now. Imagine seeing a registration in email from Hikaru Nakamura, and along with a credit card payment, they were talking about this. Imagine seeing that. It's like, wait, am I being tricked? Wait, no, it's a credit card and it has Hikaru Nakamura on the credit card. Can that be faked? I don't know. And then I guess apparently he had a conversation with Chris Littlejohn, Hikaru Nakamura's second, and to verify that it actually was him. Imagine that crazy time. Like, that's a crazy, exciting time that he'll have for the rest of his life. He'll have a rest of his life. He actually can't lose the rating spot, even if the rating dips, because it's time weighted over the year. Well, if he draws three or four people, I think he could, right? 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 I mean, that seems impossible. That, like, I don't think it's a free roll. Like, if he drops down to 2760 or 2770, in the live rating, I don't think that weighted average is going to be all that high. But maybe, I don't know. I don't follow it too closely. I honestly, I have not been following it too closely. Oh, you're talking about online farming. Oh, well, I mean, online playing is absolutely a farming exercise for some people. He's playing for content. He's trying to get the highest rating. He's trying to get 3,000. For his stream and for his viewers, he's trying to achieve the highest rating. And it's an online system. I don't necessarily it is farming, but I don't see that as a negative farming. Unless there's cheating going on, unless there's collusion going on, and I am not aware of any instances where there's collusion going on where he's got people. He's picking people who intentionally farmed so that he could farm them. Like, yeah, he has farmed some farmers. He has farmed some farmers in the past. Magnus Carlsen has farmed some farmers in the past. On chess.com we're talking. But, like, that's the game. It's an online site. If I could for content, if I could farm my way to Shogi Club 24 2000, you better believe I would farm my way to Shogi Club 24 2000. I'd have my hat on, I'd have my corncob pipe in my mouth, I'd have, overalls on. I would be farming all the way to 2000. Like, if I could farm these ratings for content, I would absolutely do it. If I could have my streams be farming streams rather than torturous demotion and losing streams, I think that would be a nice change of pace from time to time. Lately it's been rough. Lately, on stream, it's been rough because I've been playing so badly and my opponents have been playing so well. And it's made me concerned. Like, boy, I hope people are at least enjoying these. It seems like we're still getting people enjoying the VODs and whatnot. So I'm glad for that. But, like, I as a streamer, I am worried that, like, gosh, if all I do anymore is lose, people are going to get bored of the losing. I think people eventually get bored of winning, but I think it takes a lot longer of people to get bored of winning than it takes people to get bored of losing. And I have been losing a lot. Torizashi, you say you've helped in some small way with play shogi development, so you're somewhat familiar with the code base. It wouldn't be easy, but you don't think people are interested enough to help identify and download what of SC24 they'll miss. Yeah, and I think that's a key part of software development is that for a software project to work well, you really do need someone out there with a vision for what it should be. And the projects that are sort of out there and they look for others to tell them what they need to do, I think those are the ones that inevitably get bogged down. They get bogged down. They don't please anyone, and they just kind of like limp along. And that's one of those concerns I have about Lee Shogi, is that, the author is not a shogi player, has done an incredible job, but has listened to some people that I don't think he should have listened to. And I think the variants, I'm sorry if people feel differently. I think having variants on Lee Shogi was a terrible decision. I think it's a terrible waste of time, and I think it is going to be a terrible maintenance burden on the Lee Shogi developer or potentially developers if we ever get someone doing close to as much as he's doing. And I think it's a bad look for the site as well. I think sites that are not focused, I think also have a potential bad look to them. So this is a very spicy take, but this is something that I do feel strongly about as a software developer and as a gamer and as a game developer and as someone who has been on a lot of these sites, and I see how I'm old enough to have seen how some rise and some fall. I think these are terrible missteps that the Lee Shogi team have done, and I don't care if Chu Shogi people hate me. Shots fired at Chu Shogi people. I think it's a terrible decision. I think it's an awful decision by the Lee Shogi people. But it's understandable because he's not a shogi player, so he's listening to what people tell him, and I think he just. Sometimes if you do that, you listen to the wrong people. You sometimes will listen to the vocal people. You listen to the vocal people. And that's tough. That's tough. Let's see. So, okay, Hikaru has 18 games so far, so he needs 4 more, you said? He needs 4 more? He needs 4 more in 20. Is it 4 more in 2025? Nida, you say you don't want to play against anyone who doesn't want to win either. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of that. It's maybe it's my generation, maybe it's how I was raised, maybe it was just who knows what. The competitive quirks that I have built into my psyche. Who knows where those come from, but they're there for me. I know some people feel the same way as I do, but I acknowledge that this is probably a very minority position to take, of not wanting to play pros. Speed run to third dan on Shogi Wars. So I wish I could do those things. I wish I could do speed runs to third dan. I mean, I wish I could do a slow run to third dan. I don't think I'll ever get to 2 dan. So a speed run to 3 dan seems a bit something, a bit hopeful, optimistic. So you say no, the journey is good. You like the raw realness. Well, but we'll see. We'll see how long it lasts. The Kifu database is way greater than variance. Opening Explorer, way more important than variance. I think everything is more. So the thing is to me, and this is also, I feel more comfortable saying this because the Lichess developers have also, I believe, come to this conclusion. They've certainly said this. That one of them, one of the spokesmen for Lichess, this No Joke Chess, has said this on a podcast. But this is something that I have felt even before I heard him say this, that every bit of code you add to a software project, whether it's small or large. Obviously, it's a bigger impact if it's large, but every bit of code you add to a project becomes code that you have to maintain. So that if code doesn't just live there forever. You don't just write support for a variant and then it just works forever. Anytime you change the site, let's say you change an icon which shifts the site a few pixels. Let's just say you do that. Now all of a sudden, it's possible that that shift will impact everything else, the look of everything else on the page. I'm giving a simple kind of contrived example, but you do that. So let's say you have 3 variants and each one has a slightly different look on the screen. You now have to do 3 times as much work to update the site. So if you want to add an important change that you believe in, let's say that changing this icon that I'm just proposing, let's say that this is a real important change that you want to make to the site. Now, instead of being able to update one piece of code, if you've got 3 affected variants, you now have to test and update for 3 different variants. And that means important changes come slower. Changes that to quality of life that you would like to have become slower. Or they don't happen at all. Because you might say, oh gosh, I would love to change the default look and feel here. Or I would love to change the way we render coordinates on the board. But gosh, I'm going to have to impact, I'm going to have to update. Like say someone comes on and wants to be a developer for Yloigh Shogi. They say, they want to add an option for a different coordinates for Shogi. And they're like, okay, I could do this. And they write the code and then they see, oh wait, I've also got to update this code for Choose Shogi. I also have to update it for Zoo Shogi, whatever the heck these other nonsensical variants are that no one truly plays. And this is now a very big hot take. And because I feel my blood boiling. There's nothing that gets my blood boiling than as much as this variant discussion. Because I don't think the people that claim to like these variants actually really like these variants. I just don't believe it. Like, I think they play it because it's something different, and they like to be a part of it because it's something different. But, like, they're not going to be around in 5 years playing these variants. They're not going to be seriously studying these variants. I don't think. I could be wrong. Maybe there are a few people, but I don't think so. But meanwhile, we're going to take away from the important thing, the high order bit of Shogi to add these to have people wasting time on variants. I don't think so. I think that should be reserved for a variant site. And that's like what PyChess is. PyChess, or what is it called? Chess variants? I can't remember what it is. So, I feel overly strong, and I apologize that I come off as overly strong on these feelings, these opinions about variants. But I think it's a big disservice to the shogi world, to the Western shogi community, to have people wasting time on variants, and to have Yloigh Shogi wasting time on variants. But that's my take. I won't talk about that anymore because I know that this is contentious. If Danny Boy, to first on, you saw a meme where the variants are just bragging rights things to say I played a 40x40. Yeah, I said I wouldn't say any more about this, so I won't go into. Yeah, I agree. It seems like you just want some attention. It seems like people that want attention play these variants. And I'm sorry again that it almost sounds nasty, and I'm trying not to be nasty. Because I've played some. It is fun to occasionally play these things. Like I played that Tori Shogi on PyChess, not on Shogi.org. So again, this is not necessarily anti-variance. Because like I said, put the variance on a variant site like PyChess. I've played some Tori Shogi and I had fun. It's a fun change of pace. It makes you think about games in a different way. Grandmaster Maurice Ashley has talked about playing Shogi. He has talked about playing Shogi as a way for someone in chess to have fun, but also, take ideas from it into your chess. So it's a way to sort of freshen your game. And like on stream, on 81 Dojo, sometimes I play that open air, or I play with that Naona player on 81 Dojo, where we play some variants. I play Kyoto Shogi. I have fun. It's all right. It's all right. But I think the place for that is on a separate site. 81 Dojo has been around so long. I think people care so little about it, and it gets so little maintenance that like I don't know if it's impacting it at all or doing anything weird. But it's possible that all those variants that 81 Dojo supports are part of the reason why 81 Dojo has never been updated. It's possible, or almost is rarely updated, because it would be a nightmare for all those variants to get updates through. So I don't know. I have fun playing some of these variants occasionally. And that's what they are. They're a fun time waster. They're a fun thing. Just like I don't know. Whatever. But I think being on Lee Shogi, I think is bad. I think Lee Shogi needs to be focused on Shogi. And that's it. That's it. As someone who has supported them, financially, I feel at least I have some leg to stand on. Just for at least my opinion is at least it shows that I care about Lee Shogi. I could be wrong about all of this. But we can only deal with our own thoughts and our own opinions on these things. And that's one of my strongly held strong opinions that people might vehemently disagree with. You noticed your chess improved a lot with Shogi. Your weakness in calculation and time trouble. Yeah, I've talked about this before. My Shogi improved when I was doing more chess puzzles, and my chess improved when I was doing more Shogi puzzles, or playing more Shogi. So I think it definitely, these are complementary games, and I think the other games would be as well too. Like Tori Shogi. Tori Shogi is fun. Yeah, but like, I don't think many people are going to play them as their serious game. I don't think people are going to play Chu Shogi seriously. Come on. Let's be real. Let's be real. No one's playing Chu Shogi. No one's really studying Chu Shogi thinking like, I'm really going to be great at Chu Shogi. And NinWorld, you say, or Dejan, it's this only site you can play Chu Shogi on with other people. As a Chu Shogi fan, it's admirable to have supported, and it's a variant. Yeah, I think it's terrible. Like, as I've said, I think it's terrible. I think if there are Chu Shogi fans, I think it should be on a Chu Shogi site or a Chu Shogi variant site. I think chess.com is, or Lee Shogi is negatively impacted by having a variant to support on there, and it draws players away, and it's visually noisy, and it's just not. I think it's just a waste of time. And it's like, I understand that chess.com. Some people suggest putting Shogi on chess.com. I'm glad they don't. Because it's a chess site. It's not a Shogi site. Lee Shogi, to me, should be a Shogi site, not a Chu Shogi site. I believe in focus. I believe that great products are built in large part due to focus. And when you're not focused, you lose track of what's important, and you start wasting time on things that are not important. But in NinWorld, you say it's interesting to try something new for a time, sometime. Yeah, totally. Like I said, like that Tori Shogi or Czech Shogi. Those were fun. They're fun. It was fun. It was a fun time to play. Games are about fun. Games are about playing with friends. Games are about that kind of stuff. And so like a Tori Shogi event was pretty fun. But like, I don't want that taking space on Lee Shogi. I don't want that taking people's attention away from Shogi. I don't want it to be a maintenance burden for the Shogi developers, Lee Shogi developers. Anyway, I've got to take a bio break. It's 2 hours, and I need water and tea. My water is already cold, but I will be right back. And we got to play some more games. All right. You know, one thing I've been meaning to ask, are any of the viewers Miss King viewers? Do we have any Miss King viewers in the house? Any people who were curious about Shogi because of Miss King? I'm wondering when we get the first of those. I'm hoping. And that's also, the whole topic of Yloigh Shogi and the variants. Like, when someone watches Miss King, let me change the scene. When someone watches, what am I trying to do? This scene? When someone watches Miss King and says, that looks like a cool game. Where do I play it? And they search and say they get a Yloigh Shogi hit on Google. I'm not sure if they would. Let's do a search. What would a good search? What would someone coming from Miss King search for? Play Shogi online. LeighShogi.org. So this is I am not signed in. I am incognito. Obviously, Google has other ways to fingerprint me. But we'll just take this as it is, as an incognito. Let's pretend it's just a normal response that they would give to anyone who doesn't have a profile. So LeighShogi.org, play Shogi, and a 2-year-old Reddit post of where do we play online. JapaneseChess.org, oof. And then the Yloigh Shogi /learn. Then you get some apps, Board Game Arena, Play OK, Shogi Shack, wow, blast from the past. Now we get to 81 Dojo. None of them are Killer Ducky. None of them are me. None of these links are me or Killer Ducky. So that means that I need to make a video that's called Play Shogi Online, or I've got to do something like that to just to get like a modern Yloigh Shogi. I'm very pleased that Yloigh Shogi is the first, but other than everything else, I would love to see a different response. Maybe 81 Dojo, but not really, because their registration process is so bad. I would like killerducky.com/shogi, as one of these. I would like, I like LeighShogi.org. I would like Shogi Wars to come up here. I would like, I'm sure there's a Shogi House video, right? I'm sure there's a Shogi House video about playing Shogi. Right? Rico's got to have one of these. Play Shogi Online. But this is not Rico. This is someone else. And it's 14 years old. This is the Shogi Harbor How to Play Shogi. The explosive tutorial. My stream number 1. Play Shogi Online, Shogi House, YouTube. What is even happening to get these results? My first stream where I'm wearing my ugly sweater. My ugly sweater with the cat on a big box of pizza. I played a daily rapid arena. Is that the boy? I'll have to watch that one again. It's speaking of nostalgic. The lead in Miss King is a person named Non, N-O-N in English. Obviously this is a professional name. This is not her given name. I don't know what her real name was before she changed it to Known. But all right. So we got this. What was I looking for? What were we talking about? Oh, Miss King. Yeah, Miss King. If someone comes here, they're like, okay, Yloigh Shogi. I've heard of Yloigh Chess, maybe. You go on here, you see King K My Shogi, WTF is this. You see a turtle over here, Solstice Trophy. So these are, there's this. Some Japanese characters. That's fine. It's, you know, it's a tournament, but it's a rabbit. Then you get your bullet, your time controls. They've made the time controls better. Yeah. So like the first thing listed on the left here is this. What is that? If you create a game variant, a standard. All right, so it's good that is the default. It's good that that's the default. It's good that it doesn't even show any of these other sort of things in here. So that's good. That's good. That's good. The game here is a real shogi. This is a real shogi. I think these are all real shogi. The ones that they'll show here, I think. All right. So this is better than I thought it would be. This is better than I thought it would be. You know, it's not as polluted by the variants, but it is more polluted by the variants than I would like. All right. So anyway, someone should be able to come on and do some things here. Go to learn, yeah, Shogi basics. Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is great. This is so good, and this introduction is very good. You know, obviously, like anything, it can be improved, but it's very good. All right, all right. You saw Miss King and hate the premise? You hate the premise? I mean, it's setting the stage. It's drama. It's setting the stage for action. I like it. I definitely like it. I'm interested in it. You know, the story, you know, maybe it could be better. A little less direct. But like, you know, my understanding is it's going to be an 8-show series. So you can't take too long to establish backstory, I think. I think they did a good job. I think they did a good job. You know, the villains, I think you can argue that the villains are a little maybe too villainous. But sometimes, you know, in shows that start out where the villains seem too villainous, it turns out they're actually not. You know, it becomes more. You know, I think that's a nice storytelling technique. It's where you think one thing and then you start to question things. I think it's going to be very difficult I think it's going to be very difficult to roll back some of the stuff that the villains did in this show. But it's possible. It's possible. I mean, you know, playing Fourth Fire Rook is inexcusable enough. But some of the other stuff is almost as bad. You know, the biggest risk to me is that she's just too good. That she's too good for no reason. You know, that she's it already seems like they may be veering down this path, but it's possible that there will be an explanation that we'll hear later. You know, I think the only real criticism and concern I have so far from the first episode, ignoring that his son character still looks, I don't know, is that she's just too good. She's too good, and you know, impossibly good. Like with that Tsume she found immediately. Yeah, well, we don't know. We don't know why the stepmother, is dislikes her. We don't know. Yeah, Spinal Tap Chess. Shogi Club 24 is totally like ICC. Totally. And I think ICC has a resurgence these days. I think they've had a resurgence. Yeah, like it's all this is modern. This is a modern web page. How do you know? Because there's this European garbage at the bottom talking about accepting and rejecting cookies. Oh, it's not showing up on stream, thankfully. Okay, I'm gonna reject all. So play on the original home of online chess. Yeah, like this looks nice. This looks nice. I'm sure people are playing here. I'm sure people are paying here. Puzzle rating. What is puzzle rating? Wait, why is it telling me what to wait? Why is it telling me what to do? Oh, I didn't actually think that this was my move. I thought it was just doing it for me. So like, oops. What the site feels a little sluggish when especially compared to chess.com and Lichess. But wait, tap here for a hint. I don't need a hint. I don't want a hint. No, I don't want a hint. I don't want a hint. Stop. No, I refuse. I refuse a hint. I know this mate. I know this mate. All right. Did it even hint me? Did it even hint? Oh, you can't pre-move. Ooh, that clips. I can't tell if that's clipped. So so my puzzle rating is still 100. I mean, these are obviously easy puzzles, but yeah, I see. This is a lot better than the old ICC days, where it was basically running over Telnet. It was running over a text. I mean, maybe it still is, but it used to run over that Telnet text protocol. Like you would be able to open a terminal and connect in to ICC and just type your stuff. All right, I'll just do this last one since we're here. Since we're here, I can't leave a puzzle undone. That was fun. Yeah, that looks nice. That looks nice. I'm curious. I'm curious how well they're doing, because there's so much competition. On the paid side, chess.com is incredible. On the free side, or even on the free side, chess.com is incredible, but the chess is there. Harlu, what is this shogi theme called? Yeah, it's called Western Shogi. Oh, you remember a lot of those text commands? Oh, wow. Wow. Back in those days, did you ever play like Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana? Any of these people who have said that they were big ICC people? I think John Bartholomew has said that he used to use ICC. I think he's also somewhat famously someone who learned by playing one of those chess engines, one of those physical chess engine boards. I don't know if he actually learned from an Excalibur. I believe I had an Excalibur. Probably like a Cytec. I think it's a Cytec might have been the brand. But I think John Bartholomew as a kid had one of those. And he learned chess by ranking, going through all those levels of that chess computer until he could beat the chess computer. And I think he said that he played his first in real life tournament after having beaten that chess computer. So he was pretty good. So he was okay in the tournament. Super Gawiak, halfway to 1,000 streams already. Time does pass quickly. Time does pass quickly. Are you making fun of me, Goshujin? You're saying, geez, how are you so good? Are you making fun of me? Oh, you did play them both. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, man. Yeah. I bet people are very nostalgic about ICC, just like we will be nostalgic for Shogi Club 24 when it inevitably dies, goes away. While we're on Lee Chess, is there anything? Wait, is there anything going or Lee Shogi? Is there? Okay, there's no monthly classical arena right now. There's no arenas. I was gonna say if there's an arena, let's play it. But if anyone wants to play a game on old Lee Shogi, let me know. I'll play one. The clock here really bothers me. You know it really bothers me, but I'll do my best to overcome the clock. If not, I'll just go back to Shogi Club 24. It's already 121. Wow. All right. What do I have here? Okay, this is this. Oh, you have no account? The nice thing about Lee Shogi is that you can create accounts. Like, I know that this is novel in the online Shogi server world. I know that this is a novel idea, but you can actually create accounts and they get created. What was my bad move here, by the way? I'm trying to set this scene here. Is there any way to, do I have any scene that will show this? This will. So what was my move that I played 4-5. So I took the silver. I should have just pulled. Wait, if I pull this back. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So if he does this, then I just take, I guess. And he gets a token, and then I take here, and that's fine. Or I take the. No, I think I take there. I don't think. What is the computer line? Wow. 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 Yeah, that's an equal-ish position, but awfully spicy. That was a tough, fun game. The classic, just the classic thick Anaguma versus relatively thin Torizashi. All right, close that up. The lobby is empty anyway. Oh, you're here? You have no account? I think you can play. I think you can play. So if I do this, I can give this URL. I can do this, and I think, I think you can play these anonymous. No pressure to play, by the way. You don't have to play. If you don't want to play, by all means, don't feel pressured. Ah. So I play as Gote. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. I was going to pre-move, but I was afraid of the pawn push. Shoutouts to Jazz Brothers for this piece set. Jazz Brothers among, Jazz Brothers et al. Jazz Brothers for the updated piece set. I saw that that Foradun has been using this. So I think I don't know if we discussed this before, but I didn't recall the discussion about it, and I was surprised that we hadn't maybe discussed it. That on that Shogi Ladder Weekly video, it looks like this is the same user style modification that Foradun is using, and I say that because the pieces in Foradun's video is properly lined up on the back, and they're colored promotion pieces. Also, what am I trying to say? So this is interesting. This is very interesting. I can't do quick engage. I think I probably should have attacked. I can't do quick engage because there's already a silver here. So I'm almost curious, do I go Nakabisha? You think I mean the pieces are off center? Well, they're lined up on the back. The bottom of the piece is lined up on the back of the piece, which I consider the proper way, the Nishiyama way. Yeah, Goshijin plays a very interesting attacking style. The the gold coming up quickly. I've been hurt before by things like the climbing gold in free Bisha type games. I'm not sure what to do here. I'll get my gold up. The engine always loves this move. Boy, did that come through the mic? Did anyone hear my stomach growl? I'm not sure if that I mean, it was loud. I don't know if it would come through the mic. Is it possible we're going to see this? Nope. Oh, well, not quite. Oh, we can't because this is there. Well, but if I get my silver out, What's the time control here? 10:30. Okay. So I've got more time. If I bring this up, pawn takes. No, he doesn't have a pawn. He can't. He doesn't have a pawn. Look at that pro streamer. This feels like there may be tactics. It feels like there may be this feels like one of those middle game positions where there's a tactic to trap a gold. I'm not going to rush the move. No, I think this allows him to climb. Huh. I think maybe it should have taken it and then redropped and then pushed. Should I improve my castle? I'm looking for potential traps. If we do the pawn gold take, looking for traps there, and I'm not really seeing anything. With the king here, the drop points are a little less open. I hesitate to get this king over again. But let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I don't think I want my bishop on that diagonal. I don't think I do. All right, so that's a weakness. That's a weakness. That's a potential weakness. It's a potential weakness. Is there any way I can exploit it? I don't think so. Wow, I'm already down to 1 minute. Goshijin hasn't even thought 2 minutes. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. "29 seconds." Okay, so I'm in Byoyomi. What a strange game. Yep. That's not good. That's not good. What do these moves even mean? What do these moves even mean? gosh, I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't know what any of this means. You know, my middle game evaluation is so tough. It's so rough. Can I sack my bishop? Sack my bishop, drop this silver here. Drop the... I don't know. And my castle is in complete shambles. I think I want to come back here, but it does open the drop. Hmm. Interesting. Very interesting. You know, I could I don't know if I like that so much. Get the fork here. I think this is good. Wow. 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 Do I have any? Do I have a fork? Do I have any forks? No. And then he takes, and I come down. I take. Pawn. Whew. There's so much going on in this board. I can't even really process it. Hmm. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Gosh, Shogi is so complicated. Comes up, he takes, and then what? Bishop? Bishop? Got no pawns. What about a gold here? Gold? Let's do this. Let's do this. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good, but yeah, because he'll be able to get my horse. He'll be able to get my horse again. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, that's the problem with speaking. So we do this. He takes. Drop again. Drop again. Drop again. Scary. It's definitely scary. It's definitely scary. Mm. Plants, gold. It. I think it is. I think it is. Yeah, because I just dropped the bishop after. The bishop drop now. Right? Arigato gozaimashita. Oh. Good game. Fun game. Wow. I'm gonna go straight to the analysis board. That was really interesting and fun throughout. I love what you did in the opening. I love what you did in the opening. It was almost like a handicap game that you were playing, where you're moving your king and sort of pushing the king and your generals up the board. Yeah, Foradun. Yeah, the king on 5-5. Tengen. You're back. That way you need a toilet break. I actually do too. I actually that's a great point. I really do too. I'll be right back. Let me just change the scene here. Throw this up. Okay, back. Sorry, I also had to put some clothes in the dryer. Yeah, like I was saying, it almost at the beginning, it felt like a handicap game where you were just running your king to the right, and then slowly grinding off that entire side. Oh, I'm still have the wrong scene on as I'm making hand gestures through the thing. Yeah, the generals were sort of just rolling up the board, taking all sorts of space. You say that the Lee Shogi is truly the best site for friendly games. The built-in analysis, the customizable board and background are unbeatable. It's pretty nice. It is, like I've said before, it's the best software that we have in the Shogi world. It's really nice. But I think 81 Dojo is also really nice to analyze on. You have less choice for your look and feel in your pieces. But yeah, this is nice. I don't know if we have a way to chat here. I think they introduced a way on Lee Shogi to be more like they're not showing up yet, Jazzwares. Thank you. That must have broken recently. Let me restart that. Thank you. There have not been many recently, so what am I trying to do? I'm trying to restart it. There we go. So there's that, and then test. All right. Yeah, so the pieces were rolling up the board. And this is like it's yeah, and you don't I kind of expected almost you not to give me that. It's like you play this really cool style where you try it's almost like you push and then you pull back and don't. It's like it's like you're saying to me, you come to me, and meanwhile, like you're all set up in this advanced Yagura. Not quite Yagura. I guess advanced. The silver would be here and the gold would be here, but it's like this advanced Yagura-ish thing. You're climbing your golds. You're bringing your silver up. Your bishop is blocked, but not for long. This side is weak. It seemed to make me overcommit a little bit. Jazz Brothers, you say the only issue you have with Lee Shogi is you can't choose whether or not to accept a challenge if you queue in the lobby. That's a big deal. That is 1,000. That's a great point, and I haven't said that. I haven't said that because I have completely forgotten about this because I stopped putting up challenges in the lobby so long ago for this very reason. So it's been so long that I don't even think of it. So thank you for bringing that up. Because that's the thing I maybe needs more visibility. Because maybe nobody brings it up because they just stop asking, they just stop putting up challenges and they forget. But that is, as far as I'm concerned, that is massive. Like there are times when I want to play a game, I want to play effectively a certain type of player, like someone who seems serious or someone who seems like a regular. I don't know. I don't know what things, the types of players that I would rather not play, but it's one of those where you know it when you see it. There are some players you just don't want to play. And you should have the option to not accept a challenge if you are the person that's requesting a game. That's, oh my gosh, that's huge. I think that is actually, if people start moving over from Shogi Club 24, I think that will be something that will infuriate people. And you said it just as I'm saying this. You think it'll be a barrier for Japanese players because it's so different to 81 and 24. Yeah, it's real different. And especially on a site like this, as Naida says, with no meaningful elo system at this point. You know, it's a working system, but it's not meaningful because there aren't enough players of varying levels, and there are pockets of play. It's not the most important, it's not the most accurate elo system. Not that Shogi Club 24 is, and there are no ranks. So I think for it to get more popular, like if Japan comes over, I think, you know, we need ranks, which has, I believe, been a request for a long time. But also, I think you absolutely have to, you have to allow people to not accept a challenge. Like if you queue up, if you put your name in the list, you have to be able to turn away a challenge. That is literally why I stopped giving up. I stopped asking for games years ago, because I don't. There are people who I don't want to play. Like it's just the way it is. There are some people I don't want to play. There's some people, some types of players I don't want to play. And that's totally fine, you know, on a gaming system. Sometimes you're looking for something, sometimes you're not. You waited 30 turns to capture the rook, but I kept coming at you, and you didn't have enough wiggle room. So I thought the silver drop was slower. I thought you should have brought the token in. Because I would have gladly at that point given up my rook for a silver. Gladly given up my rook for a silver. And, you know, by virtue, I suppose, of the king being sort of centralized and these pieces attacking over here, there was all that room for those bishop drops. And the path eventually came forward. But yeah, you never managed to make the attack, despite having all that ammunition ready to just take my pieces. Compare these two graphs. Let's see these. Let's see these graphs. Wow. I mean, you know, with with so few players, you're going to have this. You're definitely going to have this. But this is a pretty graph. This is a very pretty graph. 444,748 rapid players this week. Oh, we were close to that in Shogi. We were close. Goshijin and I are two of those players. So we probably have, I'm going to guess that on these Shogi, we probably had like 200,000, 300,000. Okay, 547. Close. My graph is not showing. Yeah, we're almost there. Almost. Once Miss King hits, Miss King just released on Monday. You know, give it a week to really sink in. Once Miss King fever takes over, just you wait. Oh, Goshijin, that's an interesting point. Just to put a just to put like another just to put some external meaning on how small this number of 547 is. That is fewer than my number of subscribers on YouTube. That's how small this is. that is how small. Mist King. Yeah, it's a different show. It's Mist King. It's about gorillas. It's about the king of the gorillas. Gorillas in the mist. Are you? By the way, are you joking? If not, I just assume you're always here, and we've had enough conversations. It's Mist King. It's a Netflix show. I'm still waiting, and I'll keep asking every hour or so for the next week. Do we have any people who are here from Mist King? Any viewers? Are they coming from Mist King? Interested in Shogi? I'm waiting until we get some of those. To me, that's going to be at least a mild indication of the reach of the show. Like, do we get any new viewers? Do any viewers watch Mist King and then are like, I've got to go, I want to see some Shogi being played. Where do I see that? Well, I see that on Twitch and YouTube. If I want to see some streamed Shogi, I'm going to go to Twitch. And so maybe one of these days we'll get some of these viewers. So that's one of these sort of external measures I am using to see like what kind of penetration Mist King has gotten to the general population. You have no Netflix. You'll have to attain it by more ... questionable means. Like watching it with a friend. I wish we could do a shared watch, like a streamed watch of these things. That would be so fun. I wish we could do a streamed shared watch of Hachi One Diver on YouTube. So my understanding is that YouTube actually has tools to allow shared broadcast where our timelines, where mine and viewers, the timeline of the show or the video are synced. I believe there is some facility for that. I can't remember what they called it because I looked it up yesterday or the day before. But as always, at the bottom it says, the instructions on YouTube, it's like, be sure to check with copyrights. It's like, okay, well, I don't, I don't know. Oh, you hadn't even heard of it. Oh, wow. So I thought, it's funny because I thought I was shilling it too hard. I thought I was speaking about Mist King almost too much, that people might be getting bored of it. So maybe I haven't been speaking about it enough. There is a podcast episode of it where I go over the preview. There's a preview trailer, and I go over that preview trailer, try to build some hype for people and for myself. There's no podcast episode or any stream VOD where I talk about the show, because I didn't want to give any spoilers, especially this first week. Too many people canceled their Netflix because, well, it's not because of Elon. It's not because of Elon. it's because, it's because of the things that Elon and friends have brought to light about Netflix that people have probably always suspected but didn't know for sure. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's a thing. That's a thing about being on social media. There's always something. There's always something to talk about. There's always a fire burning. What do they say in Soul Calibur? The fire burns in the heart of battle. Round 1. YouTube comments are gone again? No way. No way. Streamlabs, please. Streamlabs, what are you doing? Streamlabs. Streamlabs, come on. Come on. Streamlabs, please. While I'm here, I'm going to oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm going to redo this chat just to well, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do something else. I'm just manipulating this Streamlabs chat here. Okay. Streamlabs, please. So yeah. Yeah, so it's there. But yeah, I wonder, I wonder if these boycotts, I'm generally of the opinion that those boycotts don't work so much and they don't last so long. But maybe this is a particular issue that would cause it. I don't know. I don't know. But hopefully it doesn't impact Miss King. This is like the Super Bowl for those of us in the shogi world right now. This week of the Miss King release is like the Super Bowl. Like, this is our big hope. This is our big dream that something is going to catch. Something's going to work. People are going to get captivated by the game and the show and then the game. And hopefully they don't become fourth file rook players. Maybe that's the brilliance. That's the brilliance of episode 1 of, laying out that villain, and people will just be like, this guy is terrible. This is the worst person ever. And he plays fourth file rook. I'm not going to play that. That's what evil people play. Oh, that's perfect. 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 So, Nozuki Sensei is no dummy. Nozuki Sensei, I don't know if he is creatively directing, the creative director of Abema, and I don't know if he's creatively directing this show, but that would be a stroke of genius. Yeah, as a former fourth file rook player, NinWorld can confirm these people are evil. Yes, NinWorld is reformed. NinWorld is on the redemption arc right now. Playing Urshino Ryu, playing other stuff, other static rook stuff. NinWorld is on the redemption arc, the big redemption arc. That's what we need. That is what we need. Speaking of Furibisha, in Hachi-1 Diver, do any of the antagonists play Furibisha? 444 is the number of bad luck in Japan? Oh, seriously? She means something like die. Oh, wow. 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 Did I tell the story of this weekend at the Shogi Club, driving back home from the Shogi Club, where I ran out of gas or came close to death? I didn't come close to death. I came close to running out of gas. I'm reading I Dream of Shogi's content. She means death. And the word death comes out. I don't know if that ever happens to any of you. I'm sure it does. Where you're talking, but then a word you see crosses your field of vision and you say that word, in the context of what you're saying. But anyway, so, as I've said, the Sunday Club, it's a 52-mile drive from home. So from home to the Shogi Club, it's 52 miles each way. And, so it's a long drive. But so we got gas on Friday or Saturday. I think it was Saturday. Saturday we were out and about doing some shopping, and we got I got gas. I got gas, gasoline, petrol for those of you in overseas. I got some liters of petrol for the car. Knowing that we have to make a long drive. It's 52 miles each way, so it's 104 miles at a minimum that we're going to be driving on Sunday morning. So we had like 100 miles left in range, 100, 110. So I didn't want to cut it close. So we go there, go to the gas station. I put in my rewards. I'm at Shell. I'm a rewards member, so I put in my alt ID. Put this. Yeah, how much is that in furlongs? Yeah, it's a lot of stone men. It's a lot of stone kilometers. Imperial stone kilometers. So I put that in. I swipe the credit card, and I get the gas. I take it out, open up, put it in the car, etc. I press the button. I think I press the button, hold it, and so that it'll stay running, and then as I would normally do, I wait for the flow to start, because you feel it in the pump, and then I went and I washed the windows. I looked over to the pump. I see that the pump is not flowing anymore. The sign said 15 gallons. The sign, the screen said 15 gallons, $75 or whatever it was. And I'm like, okay, that's about what I expected. So I put the pump back, and we drive home, and I reset the odometer, so it's at 0. The odometer is the trip computer is at 0. And we go home, yada yada. Next morning we drive to the club, play shogi, drive back, and all of a sudden we're driving back. You don't have to keep holding the pump in America. There is the freedom, you might say. There's the freedom to clip. Many pumps will have a clip where it'll keep it running. And it'll stay running. Sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it does. But once it hits that the mechanism by which the pump stops off, it'll auto stop. So we're driving back home, and all of a sudden, I notice that it's like 55 miles remaining in the computer section of the car. I'm like, 55 miles remaining. Like, are we losing gas? Like, did someone siphon our gas while I was playing shogi? I'm like, what is going on? And we're driving, and I'm like, we could still make this. We could still make this. We're driving, and it's going from 55, 54, 53. I'm like, oh gosh, it's really lowering. Let's route to the nearest gas station. And the nearest gas station was 2 miles away, right off the highway. Thankfully, it was a Shell. And I'm driving, and every quarter of a mile, or every 20% of a mile is dropping like 1 mile left on the tank. So it's dropping really quickly. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, maybe someone didn't siphon the gas. Maybe we have a hole or some damage on the car, so it's leaking gas. And so we get to the pump. I start filling it up. I'm looking under the car to see if there's any leaks or anything like that, and there don't appear to be any leaks. And I fill up, and it's like, what was it? It was 17.5 gallons of gas went into the car. And I get back into the car. I notice before I press the odometer. So this is all coming from that 444 number. I notice on the odometer that, or the trip computer that I had reset the day before, that we have driven 66.6 miles. And I'm like, oh my god, 666. Our gas is gone. we don't know what's going on. Nothing is making sense. 666 on the trip computer. What is going on? And, so we drive back and everything is fine, uneventful. And, the gas is still there. And I see that, and I'm like, I didn't get an email from Shell yesterday after I filled up. I always get an email. I'm gonna have to check the credit card too. Like, what I'm trying to think of, what could possibly have happened? Like, did someone siphon the gas at home, steal the gas? Anyway, never got that email. Wasn't charged. So somehow I put the gas. I started the gas pump, or thought I started the gas pump. It never started, or it started and stopped almost immediately. But no, it must have never started because I was never billed from the gas station. But also the car, its stated gallon, like fuel capacity is 17.1 gallons. Yet I filled 17.5 gallons at the place. So it's like, there's so many weird things going on. And long story short, like, I don't know if I'm just going crazy. I don't know if I'm just, like, these are just artifacts of me getting older. Now I don't even know how to pump gas anymore. And I don't even realize we drove away from the gas station. I drove away not even realizing I didn't actually put gas in the car. Like, there was a lot of distracting stuff going on too, because like one of the pieces of paper flew out of it was dry, and one of the pieces of paper from the window washing thing was flying all over the parking lot, and I was trying to get it so as to be a nice citizen. Anyway, ridiculous story. I don't know if I mentioned it, but that all ties back into 444 being bad luck in Japan, because 666 is the bad number in I suppose in Christian countries or areas. Anyway, fun times. We have gas. So what else? What? Oh, this game. We didn't even review this game. We've been reviewing the meta game, the statistics. What does the graph look like? Wow. I mean, so we made our share of mistakes. It was never quite as bad as I thought it was. Yeah, Goshijin. That was the thing. Thank you, Jazz Brothers. I was really questioning. I was questioning everything. Because it's like, how is it possible that I went to the gas station, put my credit card, got my rewards ID in there, put the pump in, wash the windows, reset the trip computer, the mileage, and one didn't, and the screen said, when I looked at it at the end, the screen said $75 and like 15 gallons went in, which would have been pretty much exactly what we would have filled up with. And that I didn't look at my gas gauge. Like, I'm always looking at the gas gauge. So we drove home without me looking at the gas gauge. The next morning we started the car without me looking at the gas gauge. We drove an entire 52 miles without me looking at the gas gauge, which seems, for someone like me, who is so OCD on that stuff, it seems almost impossible. And then we drive home and then finally notice it. And then it's 666, and we fill up with more gas than the tank can even hold, supposedly. Looking up later, it looks like there is an unquoted actual size, but like it was bizarre. It was like I really was questioning everything. I was questioning my entire sanity. And if my wife had not been there when I actually, that day when the day before when I went to the gas station and thought I filled up the gas, like if she had not been there, I would have been questioning, like, I would have been questioning, did I even go to the gas station? Am I going insane? Because it almost seems like, for me, the type of person I am, it seems more likely that I'm going insane than I put a pump in the car, didn't actually pump any gas, and then left, and then with all those other circumstances around it. It was a real mind warp. You lost your wallet one day, and on your way back home, sad and angry at yourself, a total stranger handed it back to you without saying a word. You never met this person before or after that, and you live in a tiny village. You should be able to recognize every face. Stuff like that. When stuff like that happens, it sounds like you are of that same wavelength as I am, where you are now just questioning everything, including your own sanity and including like reality. It's crazy. It's crazy. But segue, but not as crazy as this graph. Am I right? I'm stunned that there wasn't a bigger advantage for you at any point in this. So what was the move here? What was the move here? Oh, of course. Of course. Of course, threaten it. Oh, okay. Okay. Of course. Weird. Weird. Wait, why is that? Wait, why would you not take the pawn? Why would you not take the pawn? Why would you not take the pawn? Oh, I don't need to drop. Okay. Okay. Ah. Interesting. And then we do get this. Okay. Yeah, I guess that it's thankful in the game that I saw. I mean, thankful for me anyway that I saw this diagonal threat, because that opening was just massive. So I messed this up, and then this is I think this is, as it turns out, this is your biggest blunder in the game. Amazing. Because I just thought this was a foregone, like this is the move I would have made. So we both here. What was better? Just Oh, that's why this is so important. That's why this is so important, because it forces the move. Otherwise, you save this piece. Oh, gosh. Oh, boy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that makes total sense. That makes so much sense. Oh my gosh. We both missed this. We both completely missed this. Okay. So anyway, I did this, which again is a mistake. I should have just taken that bishop. It doesn't like this either. It wants you just to come back to 8-9. Wow. It doesn't like this either? I am stunned. I'm stunned. Yeah, this engine is a hater. This engine is just hating on us. I think this actually might be one of those games that is extremely difficult to review with an engine. Because it's so tactics heavy right now. It's so tactics heavy. Okay, have a great sleep, Goshijin. Great game as always. We are building up a library of really crazy games. So the best move was not 7-3. But jumping the knight. And I drop the bishop. That happens. And I slowly get this over. So my wow. So how was my idea to do to do Anaguma? How was this? Was this bad? Was this really bad? Wait, there's a minus 20 here? What tactic am I missing here? No, that's his move. Take, pawn. Okay. Oh, that's how to get the king out of there. Oh, yeah. So this is going to be a lot of tactics. I think what we're just going to see is that there are a lot of tactics. But was my idea nonsense to do the Anaguma, which never happened? Okay, I see these are all questionable moves. That was a questionable move. There are a lot of blue. This is blue. Dubious orange, and then I got this back, which was okay. Okay, so that's interesting. Yeah, so that was the wrong idea. I think I can see, but what are my plans here? What are my plans here? So even here, the tactics seem. So this is where I said this is going to be a weakness. This is where I said this is going to be a weakness. But now, how do I get pieces to exploit it? Oh, engine wants to bring up the gold. Oh my goodness, this is like a Koshiro move. This is a Koshiro move. I don't have this in me. I don't have these in me. So what the goal? I'm just going to play through the engine line, the suggested engine line here. And again, as I've mentioned in the past, these server-side evals are like these lines that they're giving, that they're labeling inaccuracy or whatnot. Those are only 10-second computations per move. And it's possible that on the network they're running on slow machines, so you can take or leave it, but it's going to be essentially correct-ish. So I would come up, come up. What? What? This is over. This is minus like 10. And yeah, it's just it's I think this is too hard. So just thinking about in practical terms, what do we like about our position? What do we like and dislike about each other's positions here? His king is very weak, and it's surrounded by major pieces. His king is weak. It's surrounded by major pieces. There are holes here, although with the pawns pushed, it's not so big a deal. Let me rewind back. Let me rewind the computer line and just say, like, if I make this move, this is the point where the engine is calling this minus 12.2. And it's suggesting that I bring this gold up. So as from each side, what are we thinking here? The only thing I can even think is that his king is surrounded by major pieces. His bishop is temporarily worthless. His rook is temporarily worthless. And he has a hole here. But this facade is pretty strong. And I don't have a great way to get in there. They've gridlocked all their pieces trying to stop our rook. Yeah. But temporarily, I guess. You know, because he still has this diagonal. This diagonal's still dangerous, even though he's chewing on granite, as they would say in chess. This position could get resolved pretty quickly. Oh. Wow. What did I play? I played here. This is where I started trying to make Anaguma. You know, which we know the engine does not like. Yeah, Jack-o'-lantern, good to see you. That's what I said during the game. That I was calling it a high Yagura, an advanced Yagura, but it's not really. It's an advanced Yagura with these pieces swapped. High Yagura. Hey, Mako, great to see you. Yeah, so trying to think about you. So you like, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. The 500 came quickly, I tell you. It really did. Bong Cloud Yagura. So I Dream Shogi, you say you should be able to see this position and know you're clearly better. So that's the thing. You know, it's the practical side of that. So if someone said, who is better here, who has the advantage, I would say that Gote, you know, my side, I would say that I have the advantage, potentially big advantage, but at least it feels to me like at least a minor advantage. But I don't necessarily see the practical way to take advantage of it. Like at this moment, I said, this is a weakness, and if I can exchange some pieces, I'm going to be able to pull apart this side. And if I can exchange some pieces, this side is going to collapse, potentially, because the bishop is doing nothing. The rook is doing the rook is going to have to spend a move to get active, and but how do I make this come about? Especially since Goshujin is like as far as I'm concerned, is like a really defensive, not genius. I don't want to say genius, but defensively, and as a player who really puts me to hard questions. Like, it feels like this is potentially going to be very difficult to make any progress with. We've seen that the engine shows doing this, which I said feels like a Koshiro move. These are the kind of moves that Koshiro makes that it feels like I'll never make. Because I'm feeling like I need to make my king a little safer. But meanwhile, the gold, one of my precious defensive golds is coming into the attack. And I just don't know how to think about, I know how to think about them, just like I've elaborated. I think the things I said was all correct. This is a weakness. The bishop is useless. The rook needs at least a move to become useless. This shape feels weird, just to be like a Go player. This shape feels strange. The king is exposed. But other than that, I don't see my practical next steps. How do I this is the magic of that middle game. How do you take advantage of an opponent's lack of tempo or an opponent's poor shape? Todovsky, you say a 4-7 might be a target. Yeah. Oh, 4-7. Or 7. So Todovsky says Sabaki. Jack Lantern says Sabaki. But that's the scary thing, is that if I were to evaluate king safety, and this will be a good test of my evaluation, I would say that I think his king feels a little safer. Yes, it's exposed, but I don't have much around my king. I need to figure out a way to use my bishop. And that's what I did. And I did badly. So I tried to Anaguma and sort of activate my bishop and start making threats with my bishop, and then get it back in line so I can attack in this direction. And then at some point I realized I can't take my own pawn. Which is unfortunate in this variant of Shogi, that I can't just take my own pawn. I was very excited. I was actually, in my mind, I was very excited about the possibility of this battery working. So, and as we see, every single one of those moves was questionable. I didn't quite believe in it. I didn't quite believe in the Anaguma when I was doing it. It's just that I literally did not see any better moves. I didn't see any better moves. Even now that the engine says to do this, I'm just not seeing it. I feel like I'm still gonna just bang my head against these pawns and golds. Jack Lantern, you say you like the gold moving into the attack. We're in no danger at all. You just don't want to hand over big pieces. Well, and that's the thing too, is that I'm a bit leery to hand over a bishop. Even though we have a great drop point, or a good drop point potentially for a bishop, some good drop points, like, he's exchanging the bishop would mean kind of the silver would be somewhere else, or he's going to have maybe better drop points. You think the problem is that your king cannot possibly get safer. Yeah, and that's a mistake I made yesterday, is that I tried to make my king safer, and in fact, I made it less safe. It actually was in my mind that, like, if I try to make Anaguma here, am I actually making my king less safe? And I thought, based on how Goshijin plays, I thought I was going to have a lot of time to just step back and make my Anaguma, because he seems to be more defensive, but he came onto the offensive. Maybe pawn 3-4, bishop 4-2, bishop 2-4. Let's see. Let's see. If you want to upgrade your castle, play Furibisha instead. Heresy. Blocked. How do I on YouTube? How do I ban messages? I can put user in. Here are the options I have: put user in timeout, remove, so I can remove the message. I can report the message. I can pin the message. I'm not doing that. I can put the user in timeout, or I can hide the user on this channel, or I can add as a moderator. No. No. The way to become a moderator on the Shogi Dad YouTube channel is most certainly, there may be no ways, but there's a guaranteed way not to become a moderator, and that's to suggest Furibisha. That's the jack-o'-lantern's going to be in the corner with the official Shogi Dad dunce hat on, like a kid. Oh gosh. So what I want to see this line that NinWorld is suggesting here. So if we do, I'm going to turn off the engine just because it takes so long in these positions. I find that it's actually more distracting because it seems to take a lot of time to find itself. So you're thinking maybe pawn 3-4, bishop 4-2. So let's say he does something like this. Bishop 4-2. Silver 4-5. So I was afraid of silver 4-5 because I don't want to lose this pawn. Oh, bishop. Oh, no. Okay, so you first said bishop 2-4. Bishop 2-4. Yeah, it's going to depend on what he does here. Actually, no, because yeah, he'd have to do something like this to get this. And then silver 5-4. So this is a shape that I will often be making against Furibisha in my Torizashi games. And it's pretty effective, but in those games the king is on this side. Like are we oh, I'm gonna follow your line. So rook 5-2. So you're thinking long term to get my rook over. Yeah. I'm with you on this. So this is something that I have tried to do again against a Furibisha player. So I've tried to make this when it feels like this. when it feels like this attack is going to be lost. I love this idea. I like this idea. So you don't think that that's too slow? And maybe that's the thing about shogi, is that it is slow. These positions can be slow. So maybe I actually do have time. I just the more I move these pieces, I think the more that I'm fearing these types of moves. These where he climbs the gold, pushes us in, threatens that. And maybe sometimes I just need to make a plan and not fear so much what is going to be happening. Todovsky, you say that the opponent isn't going to trade their golds for our silvers. Yeah. So they've already proven through the game that they are not willing to trade their golds for the silver. Because I tried that and I sort of bounced off it. You'd be trying to play pawn 4-6, supported by a rook and a silver instead. Pawn 4. You 4-4? You mean pawn 4-4? Yeah. Did I end up doing this in the game? Oh, pawn 4-4, pawn 4-5, pawn 4-6. Oh. Ah. Yeah. I think again, the thing that was holding me back, I think, from trying to get my rook over and making this attack, is that I thought, well, this is going to fall. This pawn is going to fall, and he's going to climb. He's just going to climb on the head of my rook. And yeah, as Jack Lantern says, maybe the 2 golds would shut that idea down too. Like, it is shockingly solid here, it feels like. Yeah. Our pawn controls 4-6. How can we get their gold to attack? How can their gold attack 4-6? Jack Lantern, you're thinking maybe a maneuver here like silver 5-4, silver 5-3. You silver 5-4, silver 5-3. Wait. Silver 5-4, silver 5-3. Oh, and then rook 6-2 and pawn drop 4-4. And then here. Yeah, that would be multiple. So I was thinking, also getting that bishop in on that attack with the rook, but again, this is what froze me, at least in the game. Yeah, I've got to win that numbers fight, and that's losing this side is what froze me up a bit in the game, because I thought that by the time I get enough ammo to be able to poke through here, he's potentially going to be able to climb that gold up. And I was definitely concerned with that. Yeah, the key square is, the 6-5. Yeah, I think, I don't know if this is the same thing. I don't know if this might be what Koshiro calls the focal point, but it feels very much like this is the focal point of this position. And like whoever takes this over, I think, is going to really have an easier route. these positions, these types of positions, like I've said it before, I've waxed poetic about how much these types of positions in shogi are just so fascinating. And I sometimes spend so much time thinking about them or reviewing them or doing whatever, but I don't seem to be getting better at them. Maybe I am. And maybe it's just a very slow process. Yeah, with the bishop aiming at 5-7, the rook can't come to... Yeah, the rook is... That's a great point. The rook is sort of held in place. And getting the silver involved would sort of be... to block this would be annoying. To you, Todovsky, that side looks so barricaded that you'd be trying to attack the other wing. Yeah. I think that's... I was trying to find pieces so that I could do that. And eventually, he did allow me to attack on that side by virtue of getting a fork, like a gold drop fork. I was able to sack a bishop and get a gold drop fork. So, Dodovsky, you say, if this is tough in shogi, it's hell in chess where tactics are more explosive. I mean, chess pieces are so powerful that the tactics are explosive. But this almost feels like this to me almost sort of feels like a situation where the tactics are almost like nuclear here. Like once someone, it feels like gets that tactical shot, it almost feels like it's just going to all collapse. But that's the case in chess too. That is the case in chess too. Hey, Don Vito Das Boat. Good to see you. Brooklyn looks like anti-shogi place. We need an ask. Oh no. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, Don Vito has been trying desperately in Brooklyn to try to drum up some interest in shogi. Doing the old tricks of putting shogi material on tables, at coffee shops, and trying to get attention and welcoming people to play moves, with signs. And sounds like it has not been going so well. Sounds like that works a lot better in Thailand and Vietnam than in New York, despite the numbers game, despite New York, and Brooklyn being more populous. Yeah, he's in Brooklyn, New York this week, at least. I think Don Vito has he has the information about the New York club, I believe. I think we've talked about it on stream a few times. Oh, you've got another pro from Japan coming in 2 weeks? Oh, that's awesome. Which pro? Which pro, out of curiosity? I wonder if I know who it is. If not, I'll learn. Wait, in 2 weeks? 2 weeks is the West Coast tournament. So we're gonna have shogi professionals in the West Coast and the East Coast at the same time. That's kind of amazing. Odaka Sakiko and Wadahana are going to be in Los Angeles the 11th and 12th, at least. That's exciting. I believe a male pro named Koshiro. Oh my god, Yashiro was originally scheduled for the Los Angeles tournament as well, but it seems like that's not going to happen. I know no other details of why it's not going to happen, but it seems like it's not going to happen because it's not in the flyer, it's not on Shogi USA, and as they say, if it's not on Shogi USA, it's like it doesn't. It's like it's not going to happen. Oh, he has a match on that day. I don't know much about Yashiro. I just know his name is the name of a player in the special episode of Hikaru no Go. Yashiro from the Kansai region. From the Kansai Key-in. He plays Tengen. He plays 5-5, I think. The best places to promote shogi is student hostels and cities with a lot of expats and nomads. That seems good, but I've got to say, you have had so much success with non-expats, with Vietnamese people, native Vietnamese and Thai. The stuff that the Vietnam Shogi Club is doing is also really impressive. They're getting big numbers. It sounds like some places are just culturally more ready to accept shogi, and Vietnam sounds like one of them. Sounds like one of those places. Even though Shang-Chi is huge in Vietnam, I think that Trung, the president of the Vietnam Shogi Club, had said that Vietnam, that Shang-Chi is so embedded into their gaming culture that some people actually think it's a Vietnamese game, which is awesome. Which is like, imagine like how embedded it has to be to have that kind of quote misconception prevalent. I would love to be able. I've never been to Vietnam. I would love to visit, especially during one of those shogi events, one of those big title events that they're always promoting. Again, I wish they did some promotion in English, but it's understandable that it's just not. It's understandable that they just don't get as much bang for the buck. Where they're working hard to get funding, and they're getting Japanese support, the Japanese like cultural center support. They're getting places to play. If not direct financial support, they're getting support with marketing and places, like locations that they can play their events. It's really nice. You often see Shang-Chi all around Da Nang's cafes for locals. It's such a cool game. It's just like I've said before for myself. These are games I would love to play. I would love to play more Shang-Chi. I'd love to play more chess. But like, I really want to focus on one. I really want to get good, or at least as good as I can get in something. And that thing is shogi for me. So, I've been focused, for the past 2 years or so now on exclusively shogi. And, outside of the occasional video games I'm playing, Tetris and whatnot. But like, I would love to play more of these games. Washington. So if you're near Union Square, Bryant Park, or Washington Square Park, people famously play chess there. But do they play shogi? Do you ever see shogi there? I based on a few videos I've seen, including one of those Sam Sloan videos, it seems like there may not be Shang-Chi in Washington Park, but there is in the Chinatown area. There are Oji-sans like me, they're old dudes playing Shang-Chi. You have played shogi at Bryant Park. Oh, interesting. But you haven't seen anyone else playing? Okay. Playing in a park just seems like it would be so fun. That's one thing I liked, because I have gone to. This is like 3 years ago. Certainly before I started streaming shogi, but I started going to local chess clubs. Not for long, but I started going. But it was really nice to be able to go to a club. And see different people each time. That's kind of cool. You see regulars and you see new people. You do have that here with the Shogi Club in Cupertino. There's this Silicon Valley Shogi Club, especially since I don't go very often. It's I don't know everyone when I go there, but I don't want to call. I'm searching for the word, not rut, but like some of these clubs, you basically play the same people all the time. And it's a nice thing about, like, if you would go to a park, you would just play some random person that you've never seen and maybe never will see again. That seems appealing. That seems appealing as a nice change of pace from playing the same people all the time. I love playing the people that I play, so this is not a complaint. And if I had my choice, it would be the way it is now for me, where I play the same people who I really like a lot. But it would be nice as a change of pace to just go to a park, see a bunch of people playing shogi, play a random game, smash a random person, get smashed by a random person, and then go home and either celebrate in my head or cry because I've lost. Yeah, so you say there are a couple places you've seen people playing Shang-Chi in Chinatown. Yeah. Across from a very famous Chinese food place called Wafung. Now I want Chinese food. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. It's so funny how words can do that. It's almost tangible in my stomach, this craving now for Chinese food. And I know we're not going to have Chinese food tonight. We're having some leftovers. Oh my gosh. Is Washington Park mostly hustlers? Even now? I would have thought that Washington Park would be a mix. Because chess is just so ingrained. It's so ingrained in New York culture, but it's just so booming still in American culture in general that I would expect there'd be a wide mix. I think of chess hustlers as being people who are okay at the game. They're okay at the game, but they play in the park and they play for money. They play for some amount of money, and they may use some dubious tactics at times, or they're just sort of blitz specialists. Not pros by any means. Addicts, chess addicts who are trying to make some money. In Hikaru no, I don't know if it's similar, but in Hikaru no Go, there are some of the Go salons that Hikaru goes to, especially early on in the series, where there's some gambling. Is it called Bongo? Is it called Bongo or Bon Shogi? Is that what it's called? What are the characters called in Hachiwan Diver? The true swordsman that's like Shiki something. Shogi, Shiki. Fordude, you want hot pot? Oh man, I really want hot pot. Is it Shikenshi? Shikenshi. That sounds right. It sounds right, Koshiro. Shikenshi. That sounds right to me. But then again, everything Koshiro says sounds right to me. I just trust it implicitly. Shikenshi. Okay. Oh, and Jack-o'-lantern's confirmed. Or Shikenshi or Shikensha. Yeah. Shikenshi sounds... Now it's sounding even more right to me. I've got Koshiro and Jack Lantern saying it. Now I want to watch Hachi One Diver again. Gosh, it's so tough. It's so tough to be me. I want Chinese food. I want hot pot. I want to watch Hachi One Diver. I want to play Game Boy games. Man, oh, this was good. Oh gosh, it's already 3:19. Already 3:19. It's 4 hours and 4:20. Or it's been a 4 hour and 20 it's been a 4 hour and 20 minute Blazin session, and I'm out of water. I am out of water. I'm out of tea, and I think I'm out of voice. I think I'm getting out of voice. So I apologize that I'm going to be cutting it off here. I think I need to do it, unless we have something else. Unless someone has something really to talk about, besides this particular topic. We could keep going, but anyway, yeah. I guess it's been the 500th stream, so thank you everybody. I said thank you before. Thank you everybody for 500 streams. I definitely have some thoughts after 500, and maybe I will make that a podcast episode. I don't know, but it's been a fun, good run. I don't know if I've gotten any better at this. I don't know if I know I've gotten better at Shogi. I think I've learned some things, but like I was saying earlier, yeah, the friendships feel very real, and I'm grateful. So, but Don Vito, you say thank you for enlightenment. In this case, you want to have $1 million for each time you mention Shogi. Wait, what does that mean? I would also like to have $1 million for each time mentioning Shogi. That would also be nice. But yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, it really crept up. It really until I noticed this week these stream counts going up. It really crept up. Oh, you're a hustler, or you're on the way to become one. Yeah. Yeah, maybe a New York or Brooklyn shogi hustler is not the most lucrative job that you could think of. It might not be the most lucrative thing, but it might be enjoyable. It might be all right. The thing is, if you're a shogi hustler in New York, you're probably not going to lose much money. I mean, that is a pro. That's a pro. That's a positive to being a New York shogi hustler. You're probably not going to lose much money. You're probably not going to gain any money either, but you're not going to lose much. Yeah, be the IRL diver. Dive. do the board calculating. He's in the water. The board's calculating. He's swimming around. I can't tell if he's swimming naked in that scene. I don't know. I don't want to look too close, and the resolution is so grainy in those old videos that I don't know if you could ever even see it. Yeah, exactly. You just have to watch out for I Dream of Shogi. There are 2 or 3 maybe people to watch out for in New York. As long as you know what they look like, just watch out for them and don't play them. Will I buy you a car? Wait, what? Your new girlfriend knows shogi rules. That's good. Knows them from you? Yeah, I don't think I'm in a position to be buying cars at this point, but you'll be the first to get one. You'll be the first to get a car if I buy a car for somebody. We'll just say that. Oh man. I wonder if are there actually, seriously now, are there shikenshi in Japan? Are there Oji-sans that are making some spending dollars, making some some money playing gambling on shogi at the clubs or the dojos? Oh, it's illegal? It is illegal? Yeah, I know that gambling is illegal. But I thought, maybe at a Go salon or a Shogi salon, there might be some sort of exception there. Like a pachinko style exception. Oh no, Koshiro. Oh no. Oh no. I'm afraid. I'm starting to get afraid. 5 subs in 29 days. Oh boy. Yeah, pachinko. I've watched some of those specials about pachinko. It's just so fascinating how you get those ball bearings and then you take those ball bearings like to a separate little building next door and you just hand the bearings and they give you what, prizes or something. It's so weird. I saw a video about that like years ago, so it may have changed. For the situation may have changed, but it seemed so strange. Like it's so obviously working around, but that's the stuff I love. I love, when there are weird laws, I like stuff working around those laws. Yeah, you asked Yamaguchi if she ever played gambling shogi. She said, "You can't." Yeah, exactly. There's no such thing as gambling shogi. You'd be arrested. But maybe. Oh, that would be amazing. That'd be amazing if in the United States, when she comes out to the United States, if she does some gambling, get Koshiro in town, get some of these top amateurs in town and do some gambling shogi with the pros. Oh man, that would be a blast. Yeah, especially at those Saturday nights, the Saturday night those shogi events at the tournament organizer's house. Just get some under the table shogi, high stakes shogi action. Koshiro, I think it'd be. I know, like I was being honest. I think it would be a blast. I mean, it would certainly be fun for me as a spectator. Oh, well, you definitely could do handicaps for odds. Yeah, that would be interesting. But like, I think I'm such a fanboy of our top ranked amateurs. I don't think they need handicaps. I don't think they need handicaps. Like this in 2 weeks, in less than 2 weeks, Odaka Sakiko and Wadahana are going to be there. Odaka is Shodan, and Wada is 1Q. I have to believe top amateurs can and would be favored against them, right? Maybe my experience watching Manao is a little, my experience watching Manao stream shogi is weighting my decision too heavily there. But like I said yesterday or the day before, she is one of the best women players female players, lady players on the planet, and she struggles in a lot of those games. So I have to believe, amateurs are going to give Shodans and 1Qs some danger. Gosh, it's ridiculous. I am so excited thinking about this as if it's going to happen. So all this talk has just excited me for nothing. Isn't she? Yeah, she is title. She's a 4-dan, right? Manao is 4-dan, and I think she's been she's fought for the title. I think just a couple years ago she lost to Nishiyama, I want to say, in one of them. I could totally be fabricating these things. I thought she recently lost in the match to decide a title contender in another one. Naita, you thought Satomi? Oh, I know 4-dan is not a title. But I'm saying 4-dan as in 4-dan, she's one of the top rated anyway. I realize that the dans are not necessarily correlated with strength in as much as they are correlated with the number of games you win. You know, those other rules. But I swear she's played titles. She's because I've read the bio a few times. I thought she'd played for titles. And I thought she was considered one of the best. Okay, I do show you saying she was in a title. Okay. Yeah, Naita. It's Fukuma now, but I said Satomi because it was Satomi at the time. It would have been Satomi at the time that she played Kagawa. Who are the top? Outside of the obvious two of Fukuma and Nishiyama, and then that third one that came up, that third that was Shorikai, Sandan League. I can't remember her name. Do we have that list? We used to have that list, that Shogi unofficial Yloigh. ShogiData.info. Thank you, Google AI. Thank you. Saya Ito. Yeah. I think Kato is the one I was thinking of. I'm not sure, though. Nanami doesn't... Someone please help me. Which button do I press? I don't think this is Kanshuru. I don't think that's what that says. The left one closes it. Okay. Update. Jack-o'-lantern has me joining that university now. Oh, that is close. Okay. What is this? Gosh, get this. This is ShogiData.info is they're big fans of these ads. I mean, everyone's got, in these trying times, everyone's got to pay the bills. I love that the auto-translate converted their ratings into dates. Oh, Watanabe. Watanabe Sensei. She's 7 right now on the live ratings. Okay, and Manao is 14. Okay. I would argue that 14 is one of the best. I would have guessed that she's top 10, but even though she's 14, I would say that that's still one of the best. But then again, I don't know how many there are. Okay, well, there are at least 82. Wadahana is up at 52. So Wadahana is at 52, and Tokyo Peach played a good game against her. So is Tokyo Peach 53? should Tokyo Peach unofficially be number 53 in here? I say so. I say yes. You know, if my feelings have anything to do with it, I'm going to say Tokyo Peach is number 52 and a half. Well, if she won, she'd be above 52. You know, she lost a good game, so I'll say 52 and a half is Tokyo Peach. Dummy me. I scanned the names to actually see if Tokyo Peach was on here. Yeah, because she did play in that professional tournament. So I was curious if maybe there was, like, if you play in one, you get put in this list. That would have been really cool. So good for Wadahana. 52. That's awesome. 2018 US Shogi Championship. Hashtag US Shogi. You know, United States Shogi representing in the professional world here. Shimizu is 36. Is she even active anymore? Is Shimizu active? She probably won't be, especially now with the JSA responsibilities. Odaka Sakiko. Okay, so she's 26th. Wadahana's sister is 25. Yamaguchi has not played much, I think, lately. Yamaguchi Sensei was doing really well. I thought she was trying last year, I thought, to qualify for a title. I thought maybe not. Aya Uchiyama, we've seen her. She's been popping up. She's been popping up in title events, I think. Popping off. Some you might say. She's been popping off. Ueda Sensei. That does not ring a bell so much with me. Nanami, I think, is the one that's new. Nanami, I think, is the new static rook player, right? It's not. Kato and Ito are established, right? I don't know if anyone knows much about this. Oh, she might be more focused on starting a family. Yeah, and she's got shogi focus. Yeah, it seems like she has so many responsibilities for promotional responsibilities. I didn't realize that she was going to be starting a family. I did not realize that she was married or thinking of that. Only rumors. Some big businessman. Hiroi Nakai. This is I think a recent avatar. This is a recent. I think this is a recent Shogi Wars. A recent Shogi Wars prize. I don't think this is it. Kawamata. This is Shimizu, right? This is Shimizu. Oh no, this is Nakai. This is Nakai. Okay, so it was the recent one. Wait, there's a Shimizu though too, right? This is not Shimizu. This is a young person. Hori. This is Kato? I think this is Kato? Yes. Queen Momoko Kato. That's not a pro. This is a young person. Sasaki. I swear there was that avatar. Wait. When did I get this? I don't remember getting this avatar. All right, thank you, Jack-o'-lantern. All right, on that note, I've rambled enough about this stuff. I've rambled enough. Sorry. Thank you, everybody. It's been great, and I look forward to 500 more. And thank you for all those gift subs today, Gust1. If you're seeing this later, or if you're still there. Thank you for the game, Goshujin. Thank you for the help, everybody, in the analysis, and just the camaraderie of chatting about shogi. It really makes my day. There's no exaggeration in that. It really makes my day. So thanks. I'll see you soon. Probably going to do some fast shogi tomorrow, maybe on Shogi Wars. I know there is another avatar to win, I think, or to somehow acquire the Furuta. There's a new Furuta avatar, which as a fan of the amateur game, I am 1000% going to try to get, and a fan of him. So see you tomorrow. Enjoy your shogi. Have a great remainder of the day. And I'm trying to bring up OBS so I can close this. Check out Urshinaryu channel if you're looking for great shogi, even if he's no longer doing it. So thanks. See you soon. Bye.